right, give me a 1 if you see us. Give
Come
me
on.
a 1. Hit me with a 1.
Come on. There we go. There we go. All right.
We good. Finally.
Praise
All right,
Yah.
my first ever devoted to Yah YouTube Zoom collaboration, techie stuff interview. Never done this before. Praise Yah, we in there. All right, cool. Let me exit out all this other stuff up here. I don't think I need. I'll leave that window up just in case. Don't want to mess nothing up. All right, cool. So I have the pleasure of having with me here Syncere4yah. I want to, yeah, his name's right there on the screen. Syncere4yah. He's a rapper in the faith and Torah, in the Messianic, Israelite faith. I'm gonna let him, kind of share a little bit about himself. I met him for the first time at Hebrew Fest 2025, July, on the week of July 4th this year. I played on July 5th, and he played before me. He performed before me, and I got to meet a bunch of artists, talented musicians, artists that I never met before because of Hebrew Fest. So kudos first and foremost to Ancient Path Revival, Brother Lyndon, and Adam. I appreciated them for allowing me to be there. And they've been doing that for a couple years, like 3 or 4 years or something like that. Hebrew Fest has been going, and so I was invited for the first time. I was accepted the invitation to Hebrew Fest, and I finally went, and I was glad to see all this talent and all the love that was there. It was really amazing, just to get all the love and all the unity, in the things that keep us together, which is the gospel, the Messiah, his death and resurrection, the salvation and redemptive plan of Yah, the Most High. And so I saw these guys, man. I was like, yo, these are some talented dudes. They're rapping. We got singers, we got musicians. And I'm just like, wow, I definitely want to get to know these people better. And so one of the first people that was on my heart to do this was with Syncere4yah. We got Bobby Thornz, who'll be joining us today. Yah willing, if everything works out. I'm going to be interviewing Syncere4yah. We're going to be chopping it up, talking with each other, and then go with Bobby Thornz, and then probably Tzaddik, who's another rapper that rolls with their crew, and then Jayo, the Pariyah. Is that how you say his thing? So he's yeah. I just got off the phone with him a couple minutes ago, and so he's got some things he needs to take care of before he can jump on. But yeah, so it's gonna be a nice round table. I already sent the link to the group, so they should be able to jump on at any time. What I want to do for myself is I want to have this box up here so I can see the chat in case anybody in the chat wants to ask questions or engage. So the format is basically, it is an interview, but it's really an open discussion because Syncere4yah, we never really got to talk to each other either. So by all means, I welcome Syncere4yah asking me questions and picking my brain on faith and music. That's the focus. First of all, our music wouldn't be anything without our faith. That's the foundation of what we do, our content, our purpose. So for sure, I definitely want to hear his testimony, from where he was before he came to the faith. What journey did he go on? And then and we can chop it up, talk about that, and talk about music. As far as like genre, styles of music, your experience with music, and all the behind the scenes stuff, recording, mixing, mastering, collaboration, teamwork. Like how does it work for you? Grinding, being a person that works, right? Like I'm a full-time working construction worker, so I still work a 9 to 5, and I still try to grind and try to produce some content. So Syncere, first and foremost, what's your real name,
You're
brother?
losing your audio, Ak. I don't
Oh
know if it's
yeah.
just me or if
Maybe
it's
because I'm backing up. Let me
all
lighten
across the
up.
board.
All right.
Yeah, that was
How
for me
about
at
now?
least. Yeah,
How
you're
about
good
now?
now.
All right, I'm gonna put the noise suppressor on medium. It's probably too hard. So when I was
Mm.
backing up, it was probably getting a little weak. But basically I was just saying we want to talk about faith and music, and I want you to first and foremost give me your your full name, because I don't know you by your original name. So I need to
Right.
start addressing you by your name, but good.
I am Michael Barlow Jr. I'm a junior, so
Okay.
Michael Barlow. Yeah,
All right,
Michael.
cool,
Yeah.
Michael. So Michael,
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
man, shares, brother. Your first and foremost is the most important is your testimony coming to the faith. I don't know if you were ever a Christian
Hold on, D.
before.
It's doing it again. Let
Oh
me make
yeah.
sure it's just not me. Let's ask the
Okay.
chat and make sure if you're cutting out to them or if it's me, I could change my internet connection. I just want
Okay.
to make
Copy
sure.
that. Are you guys
Yeah.
hearing me cutting out in the chat? Can you give me a message and let me know if you're hearing me cutting out? Shalom. Let me know. Let me know. I need your feedback. I need your cooperation. We can hear him fine. Okay. They said they
So
can
they
hear
can.
him fine. Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna change my internet connection
Yeah.
real quick.
You've
Hopefully it
been looking
won't.
good the whole time to me. You've been looking like you're not getting
Okay.
pixelated or nothing, but it seems like an audio thing. Maybe the
Okay.
headphones, maybe the headphone wires are bad.
Hey, you know what? It could be because I think I had
I got a
something
wire
here.
that's been going bad lately. One,
Mm.
because mine I plug in and
Right,
they've been
right,
going
right,
bad.
right. Let me see, man. How would I do this? I
Praise
tell you
God.
what, let's try it and then
Yeah.
I'll mess with my because it's weird how it comes back in. So I'll try it and see where we're at versus trying to change internet connection. I'll just
Okay.
mess with my cord.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
maybe that. So
Okay.
yeah, so it's all you, bro, brother Michael. So question would be like, what journey from not believing to believing, like what's your journey been coming,
Um, so I guess that's a tough question there.
Let's start with the most important. Where are you at right now? What do you believe? What
Where do I
summarizes your faith right now? And then we can go
believe
back.
right now? Yeah, there we go. So my faith right now is the blood that covers me through Yahushua Mashiach, or Jesus to some people. And first and foremost, that it's a free gift of salvation from him unto good works. And so a lot of my life, I didn't understand that part, in fullness. And so now learning his Torah and his deeper commandments of what loving him and loving our neighbor actually looks like, you know what I mean? And then focusing on the spiritual application of the Torah in my life today and what that looks like, not just by the letter of keeping commandments, but my heart posture towards people through walking in these commandments, you know what I mean? And just having things in the right order. So, I was a wretch and he saved me. And so now I try to love him the best I can, the way he tells me to. So.
My bad. So you believe in the Torah, you believe in the law of Moses, the law of God.
Yes.
You believe in the prophets.
Yes.
You believe in the gospels, or as they would say, the Basora.
Yes, sir.
You believe in the Apostle Paul. You don't think Apostle Paul is a false prophet or a false apostle or anything?
No, sir. No, sir.
Praise Yah, praise Yah. All right, so that's where you're at. Amen. So yeah, tell me a little bit about the journey. What are some highlights? You don't got to go through every specific thing, because I would like to get into music, but yeah.
So I would say, I was a believer my whole life. I've been in churches, you know what I mean? I've been in and out of churches. In many different kinds of churches. I'm the oldest of 11 kids. And so my mom struggled with some different fathers. And so like she was always, in some kind of struggling situations trying to provide for us. And so it led us to a lot of different churches. So I still remember teachings and services, you know, through Jehovah's Witness churches we went to. So just scattered, you know, thoughts throughout my life of having an idea who he was, like, you know, God of the Bible, and what Jesus did for me. And so I had an uncle that I used to look up to when I was about 14, 15, and he was, I grew up in the streets of Vegas. And so I was born and raised in Vegas. And so my uncle, I look up to him, and, you know, he was Mexican mafia, and he was the dope man, but he'd always read his Bible. And so I'd be like, man, I want to be like this guy, you know what I mean? And so I thought at a young age, it's like,
what's your
ethnicity, you know, and I read, go ahead.
What's your ethnicity?
So my mom, so my mom's Hispanic. Her dad was from Mexico, and her mom's from Spain. And then on my dad's side, it's you know, like Irish and a couple different scattered, you know, European religions or European ethnicities. And so I'm kind of a, you know, a mixture. So
copy that.
But yeah. So I looked up to my uncle, you know, and I remember having these, was a big part of, you know, and then fast forward, like today, he preaches in a Christian church, you know, and so he's, I watched God, it stuck with me.
Hey, Syncere, yeah. I'm just letting you know, the service is getting a little choppy on your end. Yeah.
So let me check this out real quick.
Let's try to switch it up.
I'm going to switch it up. Hopefully it won't knock us off if I just switch to this other.
Shalom, Jessica, in the chat. I see you, sis. I see you. Shalom to you and the whole Ancient Past crew.
All right. Let's see if that works better. I'm on a different internet now.
All right, cool. So we're on your uncle right now. You looked up to him. He read the Bible. He was a Mexican mafia, you said. Whew,
that guy.
What an interesting.
He was facing 25 years to life in Texas prison. And then, you know, he got out of it, and he really, you know, was on this journey to give his life, you know, to the Most High. And so these things kind of just stuck with me. My mom got truly saved. My mom got truly saved when I was about 9. I remember her coming home from a concert that she had went to, a Christian concert, and she gave up. Like, she came home and she threw away all my toys, like all my He-Mans and the skeleton stuff and the Smurfs and everything that was like wicked. She's like, all this stuff's wicked. All it's got to go. No more Disney movies, like all that magic. She's like, all this got to go. This 30 years ago, 30 some years ago. I didn't understand it at the time, but you know, that kind of like, these things stuck with me.
How old are you right now, if you don't mind me asking?
43.
43. So you were like 13 years old?
I was like 9 at this time, 8, 9 years old at this time. 10, maybe 10. Yeah, I was young.
Okay.
You know, so these things kind of stuck with me, but it took me being homeless on the streets of LA in 2013 to really know who he was. And that's when like everything changed. He became
How old were you when you were homeless? Like, when did that start?
Homeless, you figure, it started 2012. I was homeless about a year, like on the streets from Vegas to LA. And in that period of time, that's when were you an older teenager? Were you a young adult? No, so at this point, so you got to think, so at this point in time, I was 30, let's see, what am I? I'd have been 30, 31, 32.
Okay. All right, so you were already 32. Out and about on your own in your mom's house, and you just, I guess, living your life. You're spreading your wings, right? Like, you're out of the home now. And what path did you choose? What did you do?
So at that point, like, I'd already had, you know, I got 8 kids. So you figure at that point in life, I had already had 5 kids, right? Failed marriages and relationships. And so the last one had failed. And so I was kind of just got done doing some time in Utah. And then so I was real, you know, I was probably the best place I've been in my life, being clean off of drugs and stuff like that. And then within, you know, a short period of time, I went to the worst place that I was at. Selling drugs led me to being homeless in the streets of LA, through bad decisions. And so that's really where, you know, everything changed, and he answered prayers. It'd been like he split the Red Sea in front of me. It was to the equivalent of that, where the way he was working to me when I was homeless, I could never deny who he was from that point. So he became real. It was no longer somebody I saw other people having this relationship with, you know, like my mom or my uncle. But for me, it became personal. And it was for the first time where it was like, okay, I know you exist. I know you're, you know, who you say you are. And so that started the journey, man, of where I'm at now. And it was a long road. It was a long road to shed all the things, because I was woke up to his Shabbat. I was woke up to holidays being pagan all at the same time. And it took me till 2018 to get rid of Christmas and Easter and these pagan things. And then 2019, 2020 to actually start looking at what Shabbat really was, and keeping it, and then walking into, you know, his commandments and his Torah through that time. And so I was stiff-necked, man. He got my attention a long time ago. I was like, I feel like I missed the class, you know what I mean? He's like, you know, calling me, and I went back into my vomit and wrestled with him better. I think that's how I look at it. I was out there in the wilderness wrestling with him like Jacob, you know what I mean? And so yeah.
Wow. So at the age of your your later 30s, you would say you started to come to the truth. And then till recently, like, how did you land in the place where you're at now? Because I feel like you're at a special place. Like you're kind of at this, if I'm not mistaken, a more shalom, more peaceful place in your walk, a more stable, if I could put it that way. It seems like a more stable position. Like if you were if I was thinking of, we're on a boat, right? Like putting up the sail, you're kind of coasting now. You kind of found a rhythm. Because coming into this walk, right, it's mad, like it's a rabbit hole, right, of stuff coming into this walk, right? So some people come in and they're really angry and aggressive and Torah terrorists, like, if you will. But like, yeah, where you at? How did you land where you are now? What's that progression been?
I think it's reflection, you know what I mean? It's looking back, and when I first came, when I kept my first feast with a lot of people, it really hit me. It was like, this is what Israel, when he called them out of Egypt, you know, this is what it was. And so it started to like unlock all these situations in my life where I'm like, man, he's been calling me, he's protected me, he's, you know, over and over from my childhood, like the heart that I have, that he's allowed me to have today, he's had to protect that through all the harsh things and the things I've done and the things I've seen and what other people have done to me. Like, he had to protect me to be standing where I'm at right now. And so as I look back, I'm like, he was always there, he never left me, you know. And then I can look at all those life experiences and I can apply them to his written word, and now that word has come to life. And so now I'm able to operate in a more shalom, in a more balanced, you know, understanding of ways that he does operate, right? Not like I know all his ways are above my ways, but I think he gives it to all of us if we're willing to look at it, you know, and it allows us to, at the end of the day, have the right heart posture, have a right heart when dealing with people that aren't where we're at, or walking in what he's given us, and first inwardly looking before outwardly looking, you know, and that balance of doing both. And so it's really just everything that I go through, I'm seeking him, right? I'm praying all day. And is this what you want? You know, and I'm trusting in him because he's allowed me to see every part, like who he is and how he's faithful and true, because I'm stiff-necked, I'm stubborn. He had to do that. He had to allow me to see, hey, I've always been there. You thought this was you thought this was, you know, it's always been me. And I've always called you and wanted you to be with me. And I've used every mistake that you've ever made to testify to who I am and what I'm able to do. And now you go out and you go tell people that thing, right? You go show people that thing, because I always had a heart to want to help people. I always wanted to, you know, even when I was in the world, like my mom was the type of person that would give, you know, her shoes off her feet to anybody. She would do anything for anybody. And so that heart, and a lot of times it put us in a bad situation, you know, but I had to balance just had to balance, what he's given me, the gifts that he's given me. And
so you had
just
a love for your neighbor type of thing. You had a little spot in your heart to love your neighbor, right? So if I was to press into that a little bit, what would be the ways, right, before you came to the faith, that you were failing in loving your neighbor versus the way you were, completing that task of loving your neighbor? What ways were you failing at it? What ways were you not loving your neighbor with the worldly things that you were part of and doing?
I think that's a good question, because I think it's I didn't know what love was, right? I was loving people in the way I thought, right? And if I look back, it was like misery loves company. So I was like, hey, if we're all gonna fail, we're gonna fail together. Like, it's all right, it's okay the way you are. It's okay where you're at, versus, the proper kind of love that we have to be retaught. And so my heart, I see it in a lot of people, our heart loves hard. It just doesn't love right. You know what I mean? And
Wow,
you got to relearn
that's
how
a
to
bar.
love.
That's a
Right.
bar. That's a bar. Write that
Right.
down. Did you have
Write
that in
that
the
down.
song yet?
No, but I'm gonna,
Love hard versus loving right.
yeah.
Yeah. So you said you had some, like, you did some time in prison. Is it related to like drug, alcohol kind of lifestyle, or was that something else? Or
so I started catching cases at the age of 13 in Vegas. Buddy of mine talked me into robbing a house, and I grew up in the projects. I was a minority in an all-black neighborhood.
So then that would be my example right there. You see what I'm saying? Loving your neighbor, right? Like, that's not loving our neighbor.
That's not loving our neighbor. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So there you go.
Or like giving like, letting somebody else smoke a blunt to make them feel better, kind of thing, like passing it on. We think that that's love. Like like, I know what you're talking about, because I got friends, I grew up with different people, and there's mad people that obviously don't live. I grew up very churchy. I never got into drugs, never did drugs, never drank. I think I had a animosity towards it because of my father. So I actually was like turned off by it. But I had cousins, I had friends who like are people you can like are chill and cool, down to earth, like people that like got your back. They're very loyal. Let me say that loyalty is something that I think could encapsulate the vibe that I get from a lot of these people that were, if you were to look at them from the outside, they don't look the par as righteous, right? They definitely look like trouble, a bunch of trouble. But some of these people were cool. They were like loyal, had your back. Not somebody to like gossip and like backstab you. That's kind of like the street thing, right? Like, it's like you show respect to your homies, you know what I mean? You don't backstab your homies. But the way that we medicate each other ain't always it ain't good. We help each other medicate in the wrong ways. And some of us doing criminal activity, or whatever, drunkenness, getting high and whatnot. So, but it seems like, wow, you were catching cases early with that. And then when you got into your older age, Michael, when you got into your older age, like your 20s, what was the main battle of sin that you were failing in your life? I mean, because I imagine at some point, if I'm not mistaken, you slowed down with some of that stuff that you were doing when you were a teenager, and right, you slowed down. Now you got a lot of kids, but you're in this grind of trying to find your purpose in life, where you're going, work, career, like what are you gonna do? Like, how's all that working out with the faith journey,
right,
if you will? Because you said, I was with you the whole time, right? And I just want to, for the audience sake, right? Because a lot of people use that. There's like rappers and celebrities that use the same phrase, right? And they make it seem like they were always saved. They were always, yeah. Right. But what you're, I think I know what you're saying, and is that you could be dead.
Yeah.
Right. You the stuff that you were getting involved in, you could have gotten in a lot of big trouble, to the point of your life being taken away, but you were protected, you were preserved, And so those good things that were happening in your life, you accredit it to Yahuwah, you accredit it to Yah, the Most High, right? So give me a little bit of taste of that journey, and then we'll jump into the more current stuff.
Yeah, you got it. All right, so let me try to not lose you and get some points. So in my 20s, I think the struggles were still the same, right? It was running. I spent my life running from trauma. And being the oldest of 11 kids, I always had this need to take care of my mom and like my younger brothers and sisters. And so I think even into my 20s, as I watched my family, there was some trauma that happened in my family that tore it apart. People are still, broken from it, and we're scattered all over the place. And so throughout my 20s, I carried that weight on me. And so I was trying to survive being, somebody that had all this trauma as a kid, that did all these things from 13 to 18 that went against my heart. Like in my heart, I knew they were wrong, but I got bullied coming home from school. So I learned how to adapt in this jungle. And I started doing these things that I would cry about. I would, like, when I stopped doing these things and I was not running amok, stealing cars, high-speed chases on the news, all that stuff, like it would hit my heart so hard. But I was in this, like, it was an addiction. I first became addicted to that rush. And so through my 20s, I'm still battling an addictive behavior. Like my uncles on both sides in Vegas started getting me high, off meth at like 15 years old. And so I was always like, I became an addict at a young age. And so I battled that throughout my 20s with still having a broken heart, still, wondering why my family was broken the way it was, like why my mom was like so hurt and damaged, like she like just broken, one of the most broken people I've ever known, and so as I go through life, having kids and trying to do better, because I always planned on breaking cycles. I knew cycles needed to be broken. So I'm like, my kids won't go through what we went through. And man, I put them through the same thing, and so at this time in my 20s, I'm having kids, I'm trying to be a father, not knowing how to be a father, never had a father that was around like that. And so, it's just this cycle of just, repeated cycle of generational curses being passed down, man. And so it was, and I would say, yeah, him being there was the fact that he never, like the many times he saved my life, or when I tried taking my own life countless times, like there's situations when I was homeless and I gave up and I was about to walk in front of a car and he like stopped me. He stopped me in a way that was like, he just put his hand on me. He's like, can't do that.
Wow.
Like, but there was just so many situations.
That's what I'm talking about. See, that's the stuff. That's the stuff that I don't know if people like, what I'm saying? Listen to your music. Like, I think if people knew, like, yo, what you've been through and what you came out of, man, I think it brings more value to the listeners. So I definitely appreciate you sharing stuff like that. That's heavy, bro. That's heavy. Wow. Praise Yah.
Yeah. He's good, man. He's good. And
he is. And then give me a little bit more taste of the good part, the part where you came to repentance. Like, how did that look? Was it progressive? Was there a moment, an explosive moment where you wept and you cried and you knew stuff broke? You knew stuff broke. You were not the same. Like, take me to that moment. Because obviously we grow. It's not like a one-time thing, right? Like, but there is usually that honeymoon phase, that like boom, that collide of like Yah's purpose, his will for my life, and our hearts connecting with it, and the conversion, or whatever you want to call it, being born again, that time of repentance, that first like initial. Give me that moment if you could remember it, because I can remember mine. I could tell you mine, very fresh all the time. I get goosebumps every time I share my testimony. But what will be yours?
Yeah, and so that's interesting, because I was thinking about it as I was like thinking back on certain things. I was like, man, remembering these key points.
Because you got like the water, the seeds, God's watering, he's planting the seed, water. But I'm talking about like that moment where it's like, I get it now. I don't want this lifestyle no more. That's it. I'm done. You know what I mean? And not that we perfectly walk that out, but at least there's significant progression from that point forward. I'm just trying to know when, if you could record.
So there was this, so 2013, when he made himself real to me, it started this journey, and I was still using, you know, I was on the streets of LA, Skid Row. I was traveling up north, you know, get to this point where I get off the streets and I'm up in Northern California helping my mom, and I'm getting stability, right? She's dealing with you know, horrible living situations and just a lot that's going on. And so I'm able to help her. And through doing that, it's helping me get like myself right. But I'm still dabbling. I'm still like messing around and getting high, you know? And so I end up getting high, and I take some mushrooms, man. I'm sitting here with this dude, and I take them, and he's starting to talk to me about how we're all God. And he's like, you know, we're all God, he's in us. And it's just this real Gnostic. At the time, I didn't know it was a Gnostic belief, but the way he was saying it, I was buying it for a second. And I was buying it. And I'm like, okay, man, I think I see what you're saying. And we have a conversation in a parting ways, and I go into my mom's trailer, and something hits me. It's like at this moment, I think I could have went down this path of Gnosticism, because I dabbled in so many different ancient religions and stuff to come to his truth on some things, like because I was fascinated with all these different, you know, pyramids and ancient civilizations. And I think at this moment I could have went this way, but instead something in my heart, I go back in my mom's trailer, and I'm sitting here, and my sin hits me like a ton of bricks. I mean, every single sin that I had ever had, and I'm still got this stuff in my body.
Yep.
And I lay down on my bed, my mom's sleeping, and I'm bawling. And in my mind, I open my eyes in my mind, and I'm in this huge, I mean, massive, like, I don't even know how you explain it. It's just these gold pillars, like massive, and this marble gold floor. And I'm just sitting here, and I see myself on like a baby position, crying out. I don't see anybody, but I feel his presence. And I'm literally like bawling. I'm crying. I don't know if I've ever cried that hard. And my mom's probably sitting in the bed like, what is going on? And I'm crying out. I'm repenting of my sins. And I'm just sitting there. And it's like he had to pour it out. But it was like, it was a moment when I look back, and I don't even think it hit me until I just started thinking back on it. It was like, I could have went down this path. And instead, he did not let go of me. He did not. And in that moment, like, I hadn't fully repented. I hadn't emptied myself out, you know, from all the things I was carrying. And part of that, by me doing that, I was able to like let go of the stuff that was hurting me from like my dad, my mom, and all these things. And so that's where it was, man, right there. Like, you know, me messing around, opening up spiritual portals, you know, messing around with him, sitting there and not taking him serious for who he said he was, and still going back into my filth. And it's like, man, you know, how many times is it gonna take you to learn? But yeah, that was that moment where I cried out, man. I still have it vividly in my head, like this place of this like courtyard of his kingdom. And it's just like, it was crazy. And I had to see it. I think seeing it made me feel the magnitude of how righteous he is and how wicked I was. And how, I mean, even when I measure up to his righteousness, bro, I'm still a broken vessel. I need that salvation, that blood, that atonement of Hamashiach. Like I have to have that, because I'm going to fail. You know what I mean? I'm going to strive for perfection, but I know what my flesh is.
Wow. That is amazing, man.
Praise
wow.
Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. You got to see that. And I believe you, bro. I believe it. Yah does it. Yah does it. Yah could give people visions. I still believe in that stuff. It still happens today. Dreams, visions, encounters. I do believe in that for sure, man. That's a beautiful, beautiful testimony, man. And everything else is also testimonies as well, right? We're supposed to count our blessings. We're supposed to recount and remind and share Yahuwah's good works in our lives. I think it's a good thing. That's why he says, you know, speak of his good works constantly, because we got to remind not only ourselves, but we got to, you know, share it with people we speak to. So, but that is a beautiful, big beginning to your, I would say, real faith journey. Yeah. And I appreciate you sharing that. Now let's shift gears a little bit. And I also want to encourage the audience, everybody watching right now, if you're here with us live, we got 13 people with us live.
Praise Yah.
And so out of you people, if you have questions for Brother Michael, aka Syncere4yah, definitely shoot them in the comments, and I'll try to shoot them at him when we get a moment. If I'm not mistaken, I think we have until 10:30 your time, right? I tried to give you some wiggle room to get ready for your street ministry, which I want you to share about as well before we get into music, actually. I want you to share about what you're doing right now with that, because that, man, that brought so much joy when I saw you guys doing that. You know, I clicked on YouTube and I saw, because I'm subscribed now, you know, for sure, with you, Bobby Thornz, Ancient Path Revivals, Left Right Wing. I keep saying
Left Right
Ministries. Yo, my boys keep getting on me for that. They're like, bro, you better stop saying that. It's such a bad habit, yo. Left Right Ministries and Parable. So when I saw you guys going out to the streets with the speakers and everything, I was like, that's got to be so much fun. But it's not just music. You guys are out there ministering to people, giving people food, taking care of people. So I definitely want you guys, I want you to share a little bit about that, what you guys been doing.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so good. Because man, you think you know, and then he'll show you that you have no idea what he has in store, you know, what his plans are. And so we did some outreach before, you know, as a family out in Chicago, and we would wintertime, you know, jackets and blankets and different stuff and hot chocolate. And so it's been something, even in Arizona, my brother, like his family, it's something in our heart to go and do that. And so when we came to Missouri, I was realizing a lot of people were having this feeling of their heart to get out and like go out and do something, like whether it was to go to the Christian churches or, you know, evangelize or feed the homeless. Like many people came to me and I was like, okay, like y'all saying something here. So let's sit down every Sunday since. We've missed a couple just with different things going on, but pretty faithfully every Sunday we go out to Springfield, Missouri. And really it's, you know, it's growing. This thing that Yah's putting together is like, we're still figuring it out. We just go out, we bring resources, hygiene, you know, wintertime, hot hands, cook a meal, and go out there and try to love on people and see what Yah would bring our shofars, sound them. People know now when we come, they see the shofars. And so it's really trying to,
man. You're building a reputation as well out there, you know, rapport, trust, reputation, all that, man. It's consistency. Beautiful, man. Beautiful. Keep going.
And so really what it does is, you know, as we're going, we're like, we want to go out there and evangelize too. We want it to be both, right? But we want to, like, what's Yah's plan? And so I see him building it. And so we've actually done 2 outreach concerts in the square of Springfield, right? And we have another one coming up this next Friday from 12 to 7. We'll be down there serving some snacks, worship music, praying for people, deliverance, like, and it's growing, you know what I mean? But they're seeing consistency. They're seeing that we're there. And a big shout out to Adam for putting it together, because we started doing the Sunday outreach and he's like, hey, we should go try to get into the downtown and try to set up a show. Let's do a show, you know, a hip hop show. You know, he's like, let's do that. And so he kind of just, you know, open the door to say, I'll get the permit and all this different stuff. And so now through that, we're able to go out here and get a permit to be in the downtown of the square whenever we want, you know, and go down there and put on this show and evangelize and share testimony and do this. And so we really want to take it on the road and hit other cities, you know, do the prison ministry. And so it's in the beginning stages of what I think Yah will build it to be. But man, it's just Matthew 25, right? What is he saying in Matthew 25? There's these things that are important to him. You know, they're Torah principles. These are Torah, but they're weighty matters to him, you know? And I think the levels to that is by you doing this with the right heart and not to boast in yourself or to get your own reward, like people will see the light of Messiah in you, and that will speak more than your words sometimes, you know, your actions and you walking like that. And so that's what I see with it, you know.
How can people help? How can people help? Is there a donation link? Do they just go to Ancient Paths, or you know what I mean? How can people help? How can people contribute in helping out with this mission?
There is my wife, she's probably watching. She could put it in the Slack. I think it's just Ancient Path, like they're through the ministry, and then just putting outreach next to it, and they kind of divvy those things. And so,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Ancient Paths and then outreach like specific
Yeah.
for a specific purpose. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. I'll make sure when I edit, because what I intend to do with these videos, I'm gonna make some short videos, like clips and stuff. That's what I intend to do. Yeah, willing. It does take time, but I would like, I'll put it like a little banner or something right under, and maybe a link. I'll put a link in the description. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find Ancient Paths stuff right now. If I beat your wife to it, let's see if she gets it before me.
Great job.
Let's see. Yep, Ancient Path donate button. All right. Does this look? Does it look like it right there?
It looks like it. Yep.
Boom. There you go. Put your name. You can do PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, Amazon list, and that's it. So I'm gonna put this in the chat.
Appreciate you. I appreciate you.
Yeah. There it is in the chat, and I will put it in the description of this video as well. I don't know if I could do that right now. I'm not gonna mess up nothing. I'm not gonna touch nothing. I don't want to mess nothing up. Now let's talk about music. So for those of you, we might geek out a little bit. I know I only left a little bit of time, but you said you got a little bit more time. You said a little bit more.
Yeah, we're actually we're gonna go a little bit later because the weather over here is drastically getting colder. So we're gonna do more of an evening outreach. So yeah,
we got the snow. So the snow that was with us probably going towards you guys. Yeah. All right, cool. So let's talk music. Let's talk music. What has been your music journey? When did you first start to rap? Let's say that. And then we can talk about, I'm not sure if you make your own beats, if you've made beats before, if you've explored and experimented, or if you're just rapping, lyricist. But let me know what your journey has been with music.
Yeah. So I started writing poetry back in 1996. That's probably when I started writing lyrics down, but more in a poetry type of mindset. When
I get a little lost sometimes with the dates. Roughly how old were you around then?
So right back then I'd have been 15.
All right, cool.
15. Yeah. And so about 15 years old, I'm writing, poetry and realizing that I enjoy, pouring myself out on in paper or on paper. And then I started rapping, messing around with the crew of guys that were doing it. And so I dabbled in it. I was like, man, I could do this, and then never took it really serious again until I was about, let's say about 24. And I was going through some heavy things with my kids, first divorce, and all these things. And so I really started to capture and write to beats and stuff like that. And so it started this journey. I did mess around making beats when I was about that same age, 25, 26, really enjoyed it. But then life got to a point where, I don't know, I was just moving too fast to sit down and do that. And so I still wrote, but I'm more focused on writing songs, And so I started recording music like legitimately for the first time in 2006. Worked on my first album, Super Worldly, just running amok, started doing some shows in Utah.
So roughly you're roughly 25-ish.
Yeah.
Mid 20s.
Yeah, mid 20s. And just in the world, just boasting.
What were you using? What were you using? Where were you going to record?
So I was going to, there's a studio out in Utah, which was a really legit studio. A lot of big artists have been through there, Bone Thugs and Harmony and some local artists. And so I got connected with this producer, Prince Midas, and super, knew what he was doing. And so we would go in there, the dude that I was rapping with, that was his boy from school. And so we'd go up in there and we'd spend all night up in the studio and work on tracks. And And so yeah, it was I still had some good music. There was some conscious music about some really good, you know, type of values, but it was all distorted. And so I went by a different alias back then. It was Dirty, and I kind of took pride in my failures and my lifestyle choices, you know. And I think it was a season where this hurt that I'd been through is my identity, you know. It was who I was. Um, and so yeah, it took, you know, 2006, recording legitimate music, doing shows, um, nothing major, just you know, getting a taste of performing. And then did that all the way till 2010. So into my 30s, I was still doing music. But then that's right when I became, you know, I went and did a year termination, got out, and then was really good, really at this really high place in my life. And then within like 6 months, totally all the way to the bottom. You know, I went from being clean, sober, working out, taking care of responsibilities. I was on a work release program to like using, slanging, fraudulent stuff, like running amok. And that's where he took me to the wilderness. And that's where my heart changed. And I picked up music again in 2015 when he restored me. So I would have been 30, um, let's see, I'd have been 33. So 33 going in 34. This is where he restored me, because I was out of my oldest kid's life for 9 years. So they were in Illinois. I was in Utah, caught a case, and I couldn't be in their life for 9 years. And so through this journey of me being homeless, he opened up the door after this situation where I poured out my heart to him and I repent, right? Shortly after, I kick everything, and he opens up this door for me to go back to Illinois. I got some felony warrants out there. So I'm going there to take care of this monumental thing. But uh, he opens up the door. I go back and start to rekindle or rebuild this relationship with my oldest kids. And the way I could do that was through music. And so I start pouring out everything that had been going on in my music. And so my music changed, right? Because it was all to glorify him, but it was still this not fullness of truth, right? It was this more of a testimony, sharing my testimony. And so I looked at it like the struggles I dealt with trying to bond with my children that didn't know how to, because my oldest son, I was out of his life when he was 5. Now he's, you know, at that time he was 14. My daughter, I was out of her life when she was 1. She was, you know, 9, 10 years old at this time. And then my youngest son, he was a week old, you know, and we got, you know, I wasn't around. And so he was 9, and so they didn't know how to have a father. You know, I was never there. And so my music is how I was able to cope with this mountain that I was trying to accomplish. And so I just poured it out, did an album, and you know, it was good. And then I started to go into these clubs.
What's the name of the album?
Cali Influenced.
Cali Influenced. All right.
Yeah.
Is that on your YouTube channel?
No, it's on.
That's the old.
That's the old. It's
that's
so
before.
At this point, I went by Syncere. So like in 2006, I was under this, you know, name Dirty, and it was like the street thing that I was doing. And then so after like 2015, I realized I was like, my insides and my actions, they didn't match up. Not realizing my inside was still dirty, but the part of my heart that was good, I didn't justify that by the things I was doing, right? And so I was like, I want my actions and my heart to be one in the same. Like I want to show that, right? And so I was like, okay, I'm from Sin City. And I used to take pride in that. I was a running rebel. I was like, I'm from Vegas, like, and it was like, okay, sincere. I want to be sincere with everything that I do. And so that's when I started going by Syncere, did the album. And during this time of doing the album, I'm recording all kinds of songs. I'm in a studio where R. Kelly was recording in Blue Island up in Chicago, and this massive like studio where you could do like, I mean, whole bands inside here, right? And they got gold cardiac mics, and you know, it was insane. But this producer that I'm working with like does music and teaches music and has all these connections. And so I mean, I'm sitting here getting into these studios and meeting people, and you know, opening up for like Jelly Roll and different people, and I'm starting to do my music, and it's not being received because it's this like, you know, Christian type of conscious rap. And I'm in some of these trenches of Chicago and they're like, bro, ain't nobody trying to hear that stuff. And so I started to go back towards like trying to glorify my testimony.
So it was discouraged. It was discouraged in that atmosphere.
Yeah.
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 Mm-hmm.
But so then I start trying to, you know, I think when I look back, I started to compromise and go back where I was still like trying to be a Christian, but I was glorifying the sin versus what he was doing in me, hoping that I would catch ears and they would come to this good music.
Mm-hmm.
And so at the time I signed with the management team out of Vegas, just dropped my album. I work with the guy, his name's Andre Mayon, and he's cousins with Hype Williams. And so he shoots videos for Common and stuff in Chicago. And he's like, I work with this dude at this plastic company. And he's like, you know, we could do a video. So at the same time, my producer is working with this actress from Chicago Fire, Monica Raymond. And so we're rubbing elbows and she's willing to get in this video that we're going to shoot for this song called Song for the Cause, which was to bring donations in to get kids winter jackets. You know, we were trying to do this good stuff while we were doing this music. And so I got all these things going on, album drops, I got another album working, got a management team, got a video.
And this was around what year? This is all
2016, 2017, 2016, 2017. And everything falls apart, bro. Like the actress, she goes to rehab. The management team falls apart. I'm sitting here, it hits me like a ton of bricks. I'm sitting here like, bro, like, what are you doing? Like, you're compromising, like you're going backwards. And so I made a vow. I was like, I'm not going to make music anymore. I was like, unless it's 100% for you, I'm done. I'm done compromising. I'm over it. That's 2018.
When you say you, you're saying for y'all?
For yeah, I'm saying for yeah. I'm saying for yeah. If I ain't doing this for you 100% fully, and I didn't know him as Yah at the time. I still knew him as God. You know what I mean?
God. Yep.
But I'm like, if it ain't for you, I'm not doing it. And so I stopped doing music. 2017, 2018, it was done. And it was heavy because I was like, I always was going to do music. Since I was 15, I was like, this is something I'll do for the rest of my life, making music, writing and creating. Like, and then it was like, I'm not going to do it because I didn't know how to do it right. You know what I mean? I still had some work that needed to be done. And then he took me and brought me to his Torah, you know, and brought me to his deeper understanding of his commandments and his, you know, his feast days. And I'd been praying come about 2020. I'm like praying, I'm starting to write, right? But I'm like, I'm not doing nothing with it because I know this isn't what I want to do. But I'm like, I got to start writing. And I'm telling him, I'm like, look, light me on fire for you. Light me on fire for you to speak your truth, to just like have this zeal just to honor you with everything that I do. Man, fast forward to 2023. And I was
23. All right, not too long ago.
And I'm sitting here and I'm praying and I'm like, please light me on fire.
Are you still writing at 2023? Are you living in the same place you're living right now?
Nah, I'm in Chicago. I'm outside of Chicago.
You're outside of Chicago.
Yeah.
You're outside of Chicago back then, 2023.
Yeah, I went there in 2016. So 2016 when Yah opened up that door to be back in my kid's life, I went from California to Illinois. And so I was there from 2015, 2016, all the way to 2024. You know, this year, actually, this year we moved to Missouri. So yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's right. I'm starting to remember the chit chat. So keep going. So 2023.
So 2023.
Something special happened in 2023.
Something special happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're at our first feast with Parable, man. We're at our and we've been keeping feasts for 3 years at this point. We did our first ones in the backyard and then went to a campground and then we went to a smaller gathering. But then we come 2023 to Missouri.
Wait, who were you doing all that with?
So the first one, my wife. So my wife, I got married in 2020 and me and my wife, we started.
I'm sorry, we're getting caught up in testimony again. Yeah. But this is fun though. This is fun.
So we start walking down this path together, right? Like Yah had already woke me up to these things, these truths, but I didn't understand yet. It was like almost like I didn't want to walk it alone. So I was like, and I was seeking churches, you know, Sabbath churches, but I couldn't find them other than Seventh-day Adventist churches, which I liked, but there was something that just I felt like something was missing for me. But anyway, so I'm walking this path with my wife, and we're, you know, coming to keep the feast. And then my brother, I got a younger brother that's 2 years younger than me. And at the same time I'm waking up to walking in this truth, he's using my brother who's coming to truth too. And we're walking side by side. And we're now the only 2 people in our out of 11 kids that walk in these ways. But so 2023, man, we come to this first big feast with a lot of people. I'm talking 300 some people, 400 people. Everybody's dwelling at Sukkot. And I'm sitting here and like, man, I've been praying, and I get baptized again. I get submit myself in the water. I feel led to go down and get immersed. And man, as I do it, I come up, and bro, I'm telling you, it was just a fire. It was just a fire. And I was like, and the song Ruach HaKodesh came to me.
That one?
That one. It came to me that feast, man. And it really showed me, like, it was like, because I struggled, bro. When I came to that first feast, it was beautiful in so many ways. And then I was realizing some people that were in Torah were over here, you know, slandering Christianity or Christians. And they're like, they don't get it. I don't know how they don't get it. And I'm sitting there thinking, like, I don't know, man. Like, he woke me up. It wasn't anything I did. He had to pull back a veil. Right. And so I was seeing this heart condition within the body of walking in truth that we had to have circumcised. And so as he's lighting me on this fire gets lit, I'm like, what do you want me to do? And so that song came to me, and I started working on it. And that's where I came across, you know, the parable of the Good Samaritan. And I was like, well, how would that apply today? You know, and he started as praying. And I'm like, yeah, show me what you want me to see, you know. And it took a minute to finish that song, but it was walking me through this process of like doing his will, you know, and allowing him to use me with the gift he's given me to glorify him, you know, through what he's saved me from and how he's been there in my whole life. And so that's where things change.
Before you continue, because I want to geek out. I don't care about the audience right now. Now it's all about me. Okay.
Right, praise God.
How did you record these songs? Let's start with Ruach HaKodesh. What was the process? Where did you go to a recording studio? Did you use your own equipment at home? Did you use Parable of the Vineyard? What was that? How did that project come about?
So that happened. So you figure I go back to Illinois, and so I got a buddy of mine, the one that was doing all my music in 2015, 2016, the one that was connecting me with all these people. He recorded my whole album, my first album. And so I get back, we just hang out. He's like, he hits me up about, you know, my faith.
You went to a studio.
So he had a studio at his house. And so I just connected back with him.
How did it look? Give me some inside scoop. What did this thing have? It was a house.
It's a basement. It's a basement.
All right.
But the whole basement's a studio. So you figure he's got synths and different stuff. This guy really geeks out. Like, he makes his own boards, you know, like plays all live instruments. Eric Olson, man, he's always been a brother. And man, if it weren't for, you know, him being there, a lot of this music I couldn't have done because I couldn't afford to get in some of these studios. I was working 3 jobs at one point, you know, just to go be able to do music, to pay and play, to get into these places and do shows, and to pay to get in the studio and to pay for beats, because I wasn't making beats. I was leasing beats. And so, you know, everything costs money. And so, like,
and did that guy do it full time? Was he doing it full time?
No.
That's his part-time gig. He had his own little basement studio.
Yeah. Well, he teaches music. So he actually works at a high school where he teaches kids instruments, and so he does. Yeah, he works for a bunch of churches where he would do the Sunday worship. He would go and organize all these different choirs, and so he's been wrapped up in music his whole life. And so he does music for a living, but just not like that.
Yeah. Wow. His basement, did he have like the whole like acoustic treatment? Did he have a booth? Soundproof? Was it not soundproof? Was it open?
It was open, man. It was open. It was open. You know, I was surprised that it came out the way that it did.
Did he have acoustic panels and stuff?
He did have some panels in certain places. To try to reflect
the echo, the reflect, so that there's no reverb. You know. Yeah. That's nice.
Yeah,
I'm about to work on that. I got some stuff up on my wall right here behind my computer, but I was showing my wife some things that are somewhat artistic, because she's like, I don't want no ugly stuff up in the basement, you know. So at some point we're gonna have some some artistic acoustic panels down here. It's already nice. It's already decently dead because I have carpeted floors.
Yeah.
So it's pretty dead. It's a nice spot, but there's still some reverb up the steps, going up the steps. Like if I clap, you can hear the ring up the steps and stuff. But yeah, just a little bit, not too bad. Okay. And so what kind of mic were you using? I'm geeking out. I'm geeking out right now. I told you, I'm telling you, I'm geeking out. Do you remember what kind of mic you were using?
Man, I don't.
Is it condenser? Point, obviously,
there's a condenser. Yeah, and he honestly, like when I told my boy that I was getting back to do music, he went because he stopped doing it. Like because it was a side thing where he went and got a new MacBook, went and got the new programs, got Pro Tools. He uses Ableton, so he got Ableton, everything updated. Went and got a good mic, and like he was like, all right, bro, like, and he poured into it. He invested money just to be able to record me. And so I forget what the mic was because he was always telling me, man, he'd walk me through the process. And I love that about him. He was like, this is why I do this. And this dude, like, and I was just like, I never stored all that stuff. And I'm like, man, it's foolish because there's been so many points in life where I didn't have somebody to mix or master or a way to record. And I was just stagnant. And I'm like, man, now I have all the abilities to record. I got nothing crazy here. I got a little array box, like almost, what is it? Like a chaotic eyeball. And I got me the,
let me see that thing. Put it in front of the camera.
See what we got. So I use this, and it actually works, man. Just for
I've thought about getting one of those.
The Audio Technique mic. Jayo or Jay Tzaddik actually recommended this. He's like, bro,
Audio
just
Technica.
Get you this mic. Yeah, Audio Technica. He's like, just get you this mic, bro.
What kind of Audio Technica?
And it's just the basic P48.
Okay, right? It looks like an AT20. 2020.
Is it AT20? Yeah, it is. It's AT2020. Yes. Yep.
That's my baby. So I had a bootleg version of it, but I ended up like
getting the real one.
This past month. I went to a what do you call it? The thrift stores. I went to like a thrift store, and I was like, "Yo, you got any mics?" He's like, yeah, we got this one mic. I was like, nah, I don't want that one. He's like, yeah, that's all we got. I was like, what about that one over there? That's an AT2020 right there, bro. I see it right there. He's like, oh, snap. I didn't even know. I was like, yeah, let me get that one because I bought a like $50 bootleg version one made from China or whatever. It's called something else. It looks just like the AT2020.
Wow.
And I was like, yeah, I think I want to have the official one, just to have it. I never really used it because my environment's not as quiet as I would like it to be.
Yeah.
I tend to record right next to my laptop, and I have an additional fan under my laptop to keep my laptop cool. And so it picks up all of that. It's noisy, it's loud. And so I'm not I would have to record like far away.
Right.
Or like up in the corner somewhere, but I don't like being away from the computer. I like being like right here. I like to have control. I like to stop, chop, slice, do everything right here. So I've always, believe it or not, most of my songs have been recorded with the Shure SM58 microphone.
Wow.
For real. And I like it because it's it doesn't have to be a quiet environment. It's not as clean and crispy as a condenser because the condenser picks up everything and it gets the full, the beauty of the voice. And then Lyndon put me on his. I saw the mic he was performing with. I was like, yo, what's that mic over there you got, bro? Let me see that. He's like, yeah, sure, no problem. Brought it down. This beautiful cherry wood.
Right.
Cherry wood Telefunken dynamic mic right here. This is beautiful. Very heavy. So this one is more like, it has like a little high shelf on the higher frequency range, like the high, mid-high area. I already have a harsh frequency in that range. So I tend to have to control that range with this. Like a dynamic EQ or something. I have to make sure I'm controlling it. This one seems to fit me the best for some reason. It's like more flat. It's a little more flat. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's I don't know. I like the Telefunken because it gives that nice. It's nice and crispy when you can control it right. It's nice. But anyway, so you be rocking out. You be recording now from home. Is that what you been doing lately?
Yeah, so I got a little office set up here, kind of a mess right now, but we do t-shirts and we got some decent printers and
you got a shirt printer?
Yeah, we got a DTF right here, big old that thing's a hot mess, but
that's awesome, man.
That's
that's awesome.
Yeah,
That is so cool, bro.
So my wife's got a Simply Set Apart Creations. She does tassels, eats and stuff. Yeah, where she got her own website and everything.
Oh yeah. Simply Set Apart. Okay, cool.
And but so this is where we're do that. So we figure t-shirt business and then music and study. And so when Bobby was out here after Hebrew Fest, he came back out here and we worked, and man, we were able to record quite a bit with the setup here, man, and it came out really good. So let's be
Michael, is this it?
Yep, that's it. Yeah.
I'm about to drop that in the chat.
Praise Yah. Appreciate you. All right.
If y'all wanna share the love and support, go ahead and support some more creation Torah observant believers right there. Marketplace, baby.
Praise Yah.
And your shirts are on there, I imagine. Your shirts would be on there if you were to make shirts.
Yep, they are. So we got some basic stuff that we've been doing, some rainbow t-shirts and some Ruach and some of the album art, but we got a lot more that we got coming. We just had a problem, man. We had some mice issues, and so a lot of shirts, man. We getting there though. We getting it figured out, and so
y'all doing it, man. You're doing it. You're doing it. It's amazing.
Praise y'all. All praises to the Most High.
So you're set up. So I kind of skipped. I kind of got excited. I kind of skipped. I went from you recording in your boy's basement studio, and then I kind of fast forward all the way to what you got. I wanted to hear a little more of your journey. If you went to any other studios, and what you've been learning as far as like recording, to now. So now I got a picture that now you pretty much are recording your own stuff from home. You're pretty much self-produced. Or how does that work now? Do you still collaborate with certain people? Do you delegate certain responsibilities of your music projects?
Yeah, so honestly, man, if I look at it, it's like, I can't lie, I got some like regret in the sense that I should have paid more attention. Life was just so busy where I looked at wanting to do my own music, but I just battled the struggle of like getting in studios where people, I've been in really good studios where people were just pushing you through, and if you didn't know exactly what you wanted, they didn't have the same ear. So I dealt with people that did not have the same ear. I'd record, I'd listen to it, I'd be like, man, I don't like that. They're like, oh, it sounds good. And so I battled with that to where I should have just started learning how to produce my own music. I should have did that. And I still haven't, I still haven't.
We're in a special time, Michael. We're in a special time right now, man. We are in a very special time of technology and advancement, man. It's incredible.
Right.
Yeah. Right. So you're riding that wave.
Yeah. So I got people, Tzaddik, man. He's I gotta send him.
I think we got Jay in the house, right? Is that Jake?
Yeah.
Jake's in the house, his camera's off, so I got him in the background until he turns his camera on. But yeah, what up, Jake? Welcome. I saw you come in earlier. But yeah, so what up?
Yo.
What up?
No, I was just hanging back. I didn't want to interrupt. But yeah.
Yep. No doubt.
Good to see y'all, man.
You too, Ak. You too.
Yeah.
You too. But yeah, so Jay does, so I've sent a track to him. I got another one I want to send to him, Bobby.
When you say send a track, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, geek out.
I'm devoted to y'all, bro. I geek out,
bro. Geek out.
Because a lot of people out here, they don't know this language, right?
Right.
So like when you say I send a track, are you saying that you send your vocals, a recording, or that you send a beat?
Just my vocals. Just my vocals.
So you're writing stuff out and then you're recording it. When you record those vocals, are you recording to a basic simple track, a drum loop, a tempo, metronome? What are you doing?
So at this point, I just lease beats, man. I lease beats. I play, like, I hear something and
where do you purchase from, if you don't mind me asking?
So I'll do a lot of like Able beats. I like West Coast type beats. I'll do Able beats. I do
what website do you go to? BeatStars?
I go to BeatStars. BeatStars.
I've been thinking about creating a BeatStar account.
Yeah. Bobby's got one on there.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been thinking about doing it, bro. I got a terabyte worth of melody loops and drum loops, man.
Wow.
Royalty free that I'm allowed to make a beat with. I can't sell the stems. That's my thing. I gotta with my license, I can't, unless I really like change that stem, unless I really change that stem up to make it unrecognizable. But like I don't really do that. I'm not that type of producer where I crazy like I don't reverse things and then chop it up and super warp it. I like using it as is. Right. So, but what I heard was that I can use the royalty music I have to make a beat, put it all together, and I can sell the WAV file of the one track, but I can't do a license to give people the individual tracks. But I was like, all right, I mean, I could, I'm considering it, but that's definitely something on my shelf that's a plan for me as another source of income with the skill that I have. So, okay, so you lease beats, you'll lease a beat, you'll buy a beat off of BeatStars, you'll write to it, you'll record it in your home studio. You have your, like we saw, your AT2020. Was that an AT2020?
Yeah, AT20. Yeah,
okay. So you rock with the AT2020. What interface you got?
Same.
My interface is a solid state logic. We got the solid state logic 2.
Okay. All right, beautiful.
SSL 2.
All right, cool. SSL,
yeah.
And then you go into what program? What DAW are you recording in?
So right now, man, we use GarageBand.
Okay.
I'm looking to get one simple, just because that's what we have.
Because you got Mac. So. That's a Mac stock program, right?
Stock.
It already comes with Yeah. But what do you got your eyes on? What you got your eyes on?
So honestly, I want to find something like Bobby, right? Bobby's doing a lot of my tracks right now. He's got like 4 or 5 of them that we recorded out here. And so just having something that the people I rock with that they're using, just so I can record.
So Bobby Thornz. Yeah. Bobby Thornz is mixing and mastering your stuff for you. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I'd like to work with just multiple people, but I want to have something that other people are using. And I don't know at this point, like with everything going on, will I learn how to do this myself? I'm not opposed to it, but if I sit here and look at outreach
time,
it's like playing it out.
All about time, bro. Right. People don't understand. This is another reason why I wanted to get you guys on too, just to let my audience hear, like, I'm not alone. Like, this is not easy to try to fit in. Like, I'm a one man show. Everything you saw me release was practically 100% by myself, other than when I collaborated with somebody.
Wow.
They obviously sung and we shared ideas. Like my Always Syncere4yah song with a very talented lyricist. His name is Joseph Cuomo. Unfortunately, he walked away from the Torah. Went more he's been going more Orthodox Christian route. He likes that historical what do they call it, the apostolic succession, documented historical. He likes that trail. And we had a debate over the phone and everything, but I still love him so much. I think he's a phenomenal lyricist, and every time we talk, I'm like, yo, I still love the song we did, bro. That the lyrics were fire. But he's also very knowledgeable of mixing. Like, he was learning a little bit of mixing, so he would give his tweaks on how he wanted his vocals, and we would be on Zoom right here. We would literally be on Zoom looking at the same program and collaborate with the sound. But overall, I was mixing and mastering the whole song. But everything I've ever released, man, has been, I never sent any of my stuff to anybody, and it is very time consuming. It is extremely, not only just to try to be creative and come up with the content, the lyrics, right? But then I'm worrying about everything else. I'm worrying about the social media stuff, the how to properly advertise it. And I have there's all the different social medias, which I don't even care for. I don't like Instagram. Facebook was the only thing I was really on, which I'm not even on that much anymore. I really rock on YouTube. YouTube is where I watch stuff and where I'm uploading things. And I wish I could just do everything off of YouTube and it could go everywhere else. But I think you have to do it off of like between Instagram and Facebook. I think they work together. And then I think TikTok is a whole nother thing that I haven't even.
It's a whole separate, yeah.
I haven't even opened up a TikTok account. People are telling me get a TikTok account. I was like, I don't want to. I want my wife to do all this stuff, bro. For real. Like I want my wife to do all this stuff. And we're on that journey right now. We're trying to work all these things out. My wife works part-time from home with a real estate gig. The goal was to not. We made a decision to go full force into this ministry / business for Devoted to Yah. And right around the time where we came together and made this decision, I mean, we had to dry erase boards out, man. My wife was like drawing visions and plans. She got the call to pick up some time again with the real estate gig. And it was like, we do need the money. You know what I mean? We do need the money right now. Yeah, she picked it up and it just swamped it. Like we just see how it just like shifted everything. Like we had this momentum, we were getting ready to go on, and it's like the schedule picked up and it slowed down. I mean, I was literally I invested. So I'm opening up a little bit. I hope you don't mind.
Not at all.
But I'm excited just to be around other musicians. But I invested a lot of money to be with a digital marketing coach. I put down a lot of money to be at the table with millionaires. I'm on Zoom meetings. I haven't been in the Zoom meetings. The goal was for my wife to be mostly in these meetings, taking all the notes and everything, and I would jump in when I can, coming home from work or whatever. But there was a few times I was in the Zoom meetings, and I'm sitting in the room with people making 6 figures from digital products. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, I paid for that. I paid to be in that room. And some people would think I paid too much, whatever the case may be. But so our time is about to expire with this group, and we haven't accomplished our goals like we wanted to, but it's been, time management has been everything, man. I haven't had the level of faith to just jump off the cliff. You know what I mean? And what I mean is doing this full time or doing the ministry thing full time. I haven't had that level of faith to say, you know what, I'm leaving it and I'm going for Yah hasn't given me that faith. There's been many times where I wrestled with it and all that stuff, but I never had that, yep, this is the right move, let's go. So there's been that hesitation. I don't know.
And I'll just say this, if you don't mind, like, I think for some people that's the case, that they go full-fledged with the ministry. But Paul was a tent maker for the entire time that he was the minister.
Right.
And so at the end of the day, I'm not saying it won't happen for you or anybody else, but hey, maybe that's not the case for some people.
I really do hope so. I'm telling everybody,
I feel you.
I'm telling everybody in my audience, it is my goal. It is my dream. It is my hope. So it's not like something I'm trying to run from. It's just, I want to make sure that, I mean, me personally, Yahuwah says, a man plans his steps, but Yahuwah sets his course, right? The path.
Yeah.
So I'm not a good planner, but when it comes to this, I want to make sure my family's all right. And I'm not making a reckless decision. My wife is really the best planner. She's more analytical and very particular. I'm more risky.
You're an artist, bro.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I'm an artist. I'm very risky. I'm very
spontaneous.
I'm spontaneous. I don't like schedules, but my wife is very, like, I'm telling you, she could run the business really good. I know it. My wife is the bomb, bro. She has Excel sheets for our finances in our house, bro. Right. She codes the Excel with codes where she would just punch in a number and it does the equation and gives the answer in another location so we can know what we need with whatever. Like, she can do this. It's just, I think if she was to, let go of the part-time gig and run with this, more would get done. And I think we'll start to see momentum. And then I got this ministry I'm part of now, which, Yah willing, everything goes well, this will be my home. This will be my congregation. This will be my support. Like, I don't care if I live in a little RV or something. You know what I'm saying? If my son can have a little RV for his room or whatever, and I have an RV with me and my wife, I don't care. I don't mind downsizing. He's too young for that now. He's too young for that now. My son's 6. He ain't being in the RV by himself. But I'm just saying, I'm just thinking future. I'm just thinking future, right? Or I don't mind downsizing as long as my family's safe and you know it looks reasonable. You know, it looks reasonable to make this decision. I'm not trying to be rich. I want to be able to live. I don't want to be begging for food. You know, that's not biblical. A man of Yah should take care of his family. So I don't definitely want my house, you know, struggling for food. And I just want to get the gospel out, man. I just want to get the word out with the vehicle of music and singing that Yahoo has given me. That's all. But anyway,
praise Yah.
All right, back to Michael. Oh, and by the way, Michael, if you got questions for me, Jake, if you got questions for me, and this is Jay Tzaddik, by the way.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if you could, Jake, if you could change your name or add after Jake,
oh
your artist name in there too, so people can see it. That'll be cool. So Michael, so basically you record at home. You have GarageBand for now. You got your eyes on one of the DAWs. What DAWs do you have your eyes on?
Honestly, I'm thinking probably Pro Tools.
Yeah, that's the number one for recording,
right?
Supposedly.
Yeah, so really, you know, I gotta figure it out, because I know right now in this season I'm in, while we're trying to get into the prison outreach, we have a door opened up right down the road where they're waiting for a proposal from us of what that would look like, what we would teach if we got in there, and what kind of program we'd offer.
Wow.
And so realizing as we're out here doing these outreach concerts, like this need for this music, like directed towards that, right? Like trying to different songs for different people, you know, for wherever they're at. So I got songs for somebody that doesn't even, you know, believe, you know, and then a song for somebody that's believing but lacking, you know, obedience in the way that, you know, Yahweh would like us to have it, or somebody in Torah that is maybe, you know, falling off the narrow path by their heart condition. So now realizing this need for the streets to go back there and to try to give hope to the hopeless. And like, so my direction right now with a lot of the music is trying to open those doors. And so, man, I got a lot of music in the works that I just need little things just to finish. And then really it comes down to getting mixed and mastered to get it out there. Cause I got a lot, man. I'm not even worried about an album. I'm just like, there's so much that I feel like for me,
the music complements what you're doing.
Right.
The music is not everything. It's not your whole, it's not your source of income. It's not your main, because trust me, I'm not making a lot of money off of what I've been doing. Spotify gives me pennies per stream of what I do. You know, I told my wife, I was like, babe, what do you think if what if I just release a sample of my song through Spotify? Spotify, you know, Spotify will have the minute 30-second version. And then if people want the actual track, they got to go to my website to download it. Like, let's go back to the old days, right? Where either you bought the CD or you downloaded the song.
Right.
Because like now, nobody's really doing that. You know, now it's just, you're on Spotify, you're on whatever streaming platform, and you get literally 0.00 whatever cents per play. So people need to know we're not making all of our money off of doing the music unless we're traveling, doing concerts, right? And then your merchandise following you wherever you do concerts. Like that's really where people make money. But I've seen there's a guy that I've been learning from. His name is Nick D. He's like a pop, hip hop, pop kind of artist who is practically 100% independent. And he has thousands, I don't know if it's millions, I forget, but it's a lot of streams per month on Spotify. Now, he's not in the faith. His music's not faith-based, which makes his music more popular, right? Obviously, when you start talking about faith and stuff, it's going to be a little harder, but not impossible. I think Bryson Gray is a nice example as well, somebody who can show that it can be done. And and Bryson Gray is talking about very controversial stuff in the Christian arena.
Right.
But Nick D, I like Nick D. I like the stuff I've been listening to he's got a YouTube channel he did for artists on like how to do it independently, how to grind, you know, how to hustle it. And so anyway, so people need to know, my whole point of saying all this is people need to know we're not making all of our money on this right now, unless we're getting like millions or thousands of streams, then significant income is coming in. But so there was a place I was going with this. This music complements the ministry of what you're doing.
Right.
You know, that's why I want people to know. That's what it seems like for you. You're out there doing street ministry, which is the more admirable thing to do. If I could be totally transparent and honest, that's the more admirable thing to be doing, is to be actually doing outreach. And whether it's evangelism, giving to the poor, taking care of the orphans and the widows, like these are top priority things. The book of James also tells us if you want to be religious, right, these are types of things you should be doing, to bridle one's tongue and to keep oneself from being unstained from the world as well, is obviously the most important, having a good walk. But the music, our music really complements our faith. It complements our walk. It complements whatever ministry we're part of and what we're doing. And it helps. It's a vehicle to help get the message out there to more people.
Yeah.
So nonetheless though, so yeah, you're busy, bro. You're busy.
Yeah.
You're busy. You're busy. And what do you do, if you don't mind me asking? Do you have a 9-to-5 job, or are you doing ministry full time?
So for the last 5 years, 6 years, I ran my own business in Illinois. And knowing that I wanted more, wanted to do music, wanted to do ministry, wanted to do clothing, wanted to work, you know, alongside my wife versus being gone all day. And so that was always the goal, you know, to push towards that. And then the opportunity happened after this Pesach, where we felt led to move to Missouri. And so I left behind my business and came here to help them build a construction company here, and then serve as a member of council in a community to try to help build structure, you know, for an Acts 2 community that they're trying to do. And so I work during the day, you know, and
you do construction.
Construction.
Yeah. And you got your own LLC, your own business still, like
so now I don't do
with Ancient Path.
So with Ancient Path Construction, so now that's what we're doing is building that crew of guys, and sending people and figuring out where they go, and you know there's a lot of things he's doing. So so it's building this company for the set apart, you know, community, so that there's you know, it'll sustain a lot of people. So that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, no, I totally respect it so much, man. I respect it. When I went out there, I saw AP Mechanic or whatever. I was like,
automotive.
I was like, AP Automotive. I was like, what? I was like,
yeah, that was tight.
Y'all growing the economical structure, economical structure, right? The financial marketing economic structure of the community. So it's not just about learning about the Bible and going into a building, learn about the Bible, going home. It's like, no, we gotta have some sort of sustaining financial system going, which
they do life together out there, bro. You know, there's never a time I don't hit Syncere up or we don't talk where he's like, yo, busy right now, let me get back, because bro's always busy, bro. Bro's always busy, you know.
Respects. Wow. Man, so much respects.
But that so season to me is you know, balance, right? Like, I've been working this season of balance, is because, like I was talking to you, Brother D, earlier about, like, you know, you having this on your heart and saying, like, man, you know, I need to do this, and then following through, because there's many things where I found myself being imbalanced, still doing his will, but like getting out of order with him. And so I realized, I'm like, man, like I know what the vision is here, but I know that like the goal is like I want to be home every night at 4 o'clock. I want to pour into my wife. I want to be able to do that, then come in the studio, pour into the studio, then go do the outreach and just have it in the right order and take time every day where I'm just catching up with brothers like Tzaddik and Jayo. And it's like, I don't want to be that busy. And I know there's seasons, but I don't want to be that busy where I'm missing on opportunities to build with the people he brings into my in my life,
Same.
So I apologize for being busy, man, because I'm trying to be a little bit less busy.
Nah.
Yeah, for me, it's been like my family top priority. So I commute to New York every day from New Jersey. I'll probably do about 2 to 3 hours of driving to and from work together, not at a time. Unless I'm working at JFK Airport, which that was a horrible drive for me because it's all the way close to Long Island. It's like close to Queens, Long Island out there, and I'm like in northern central Jersey. So from my house to the city in the morning with no traffic is about 45 minutes to an hour, which is cool. But going out there, we're pushing like an hour 15. You know what I mean? It's just that extra. It's that just extra half hour, man.
Yeah.
But coming home is where it kills me with the traffic. It's like I hate it. I really do. But now, thank Yah, I'm stationed in the city again. I'm working in like Brooklyn and also Manhattan, and those are cool rides for me, man. Right next to the turnpike, straight home. I get home around, so I leave my house around 4:45 to 5 a.m. in the morning. And I get to work for 6. And if I'm working a 7-hour shift, I'm out at 1:30. If I'm working an 8-hour shift, I'm out at 2:30. You know what I mean? Like I could get home I love the 7-hour shifts right now. I'm rocking the 7, the money's good, but no, I'd rather have the 7. I get home 2:30, takes me some time to wind down while my wife is doing her part-time gig. I'm taking care of my son. He's turning 6. He's turning 6 in January. And so it's really hard to do music, have the creative juices going with my 6-year-old boy. And he's a boy. He's really a boy, fully a boy. Got the energy.
Got that energy.
He got that energy. He's got that fight. He's got that never wants to lose things. He wants all the attention. And so it's really hard to be like, yo, sit down and play with something while I just, it doesn't feel right to me. I have like a guilty conscience while I'm like trying to do it, and I can't write well like that, So I'm trying to find my flow. We got some sort of a schedule going on right now where I get to have, I think Tuesdays is my big day. Yeah, my wife gives me like 3 hours on Tuesday. I get like 3 hours in the evening. So, but it's hard, man, right? It's like as an artist, can you guys relate? It's hard to schedule your creativity.
Oh yeah. No, I'm going through the same thing right now. Where
isn't it like, yo, I'm feeling creative right now.
Now,
I need some time away. I got an idea, but a lot of people who are schedule oriented don't understand that. It's good to be, don't get me wrong, and my wife is right about this, and she has corrected me several times. It's good to be organized. Organization is my kryptonite, and I think when I am organized, I'm more productive. However, being an artist, there needs to be that flexibility. There needs to be a lot of flexibility in that schedule because we are spontaneous beings. I don't know how else to put it, but that's like how I would say it. Nevertheless, though, I have been able to, like, I put out 3 songs in 3 weeks.
Nice.
Recently, Planted by the River, the reggae joint, Yahusha Reigns, and then the Spanish joint.
The Spanish one, that was,
I did that in 3 weeks, one song a week.
Wow.
And then I was like, all right. I was like, it can be done. Like I could do this. Because my goal was to do 1 song a month, or at least 1 song every 2 weeks. And then I popped out. Well, I did something different with those 3 songs, by the way. just a little transparency. I was using AI. I was like, let me see what this thing's about. Let me see.
Right.
I was shooting my ideas, going back and forth, making some adjustments, put it up, and made a beat for me, and made it like I already have, like I told you, I got a terabyte. I have a terabyte, probably over a terabyte now, of melodies, drum loops, drum sounds, kicks, drum kits, sound effects. I got a whole library, and I have this free Waves application called ADSR Sample Manager. ADSR Sample Manager, and it organizes all my sounds, and it lets me find whatever I need. I could just type it in, snare. I can
gives
find
you
a
all
melody.
the snares.
Yeah, it gives me everything in the key, the tempo. So it makes it easier for me to, because like, what am I gonna do with a terabyte of melodies going through folders, right? Like
you spend 2 days of your 3 hours, 2 weeks of your 3 hours going through. Yeah,
exactly. So, but for this last run, I wanted to do something different. I was like, I was testing it out with brother Rob, my bass player at Locust and Honey Ministries. After Shabbat service, we were like, yo, let's play with the Suno thing real quick. So we pulled it up. We were messing with the free version, the Suno AI, and we just put some lyrics up in there. We said, look, this genre, let's go with this key. Boom, generate. We played it, and we were both laughing at each other like, what? Like, that's was crazy. Impressive. And so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do something with this. So that's what I did. I don't have a band, right? I don't have a band that I don't have the luxury of having a band calling people up like, yo, drop a bass and drums to this, boom, 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 record it, put it all together, mix it. Boom. I don't have that luxury, right? Suno did it, and so they were going through their legal battle recently. I was following everything. Warner was suing Suno AI because Warner was accusing Suno AI of illegally listening to their music that they make, that Warner makes, and teaching their AI system. So here's what Suno was not doing. Suno was not taking sounds and reusing those sounds. They weren't doing that. What they were doing was their AI was listening to a track and being able to extract the bass to hear what the bass is doing and emulate it.
Yeah, learning. Yeah.
Wow. It's learning. That's all it's doing.
That's it.
So like a person, like if a person like if an artist, like a really talented artist that could play guitar, play piano, everything, he would sit, listen, oh yeah, I could do that real quick. Look, go on the piano, boom, he'll play it real quick.
Right.
Somebody, a really talented musician with that ear could do that. Right. So that's all the AI computer software is doing. It's learning and it's emulating. So what it does is when somebody like me goes into Suno and we type our lyrics up, we give them our lyrics and we tell them, tempo and everything, they're creating it and mixing all the different things that they learned. It's not like they're taking a song and just copying it, and you can't do that because everybody sings differently and we're doing different things. But it might take a part that it learned from this song, and it might be like, oh, it fits well on this part.
Wow.
And it's just, it puts the horns, it puts the trumpets, it puts everything like at the right moments. And
that's crazy. Yeah.
So what I did was I took out, it actually allows you to download all the stems. And when you pay for Suno, you own the rights. Like whatever you generate is your
creation. Yeah.
My bad, Jayo. My wife's letting me know. My bad, Jayo. Let you in, bro. My fault.
Got me over here like, let me in now. Let me in now.
About to come up with a track called "Let Me In Now."
Shalom, my brothers.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Once you turn on your video, you'll show up. But I got the video. Yeah. So nobody can see you yet on live.
You good. I'm trying to get my computer set up.
Do your thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So when you pay for the Suno, everything you generate is yours. However, it is risky. I'll admit it's risky. And I looked this up. I use ChatGPT to look up the legalities. I've listened. There's an attorney that I listen to on YouTube, a female attorney who's also an artist. I've been following her because she even filed a lawsuit to Suno for the artist that she represents. So I've been following her too. And where it ended up, where the case ended up, the case got dropped. It was almost like a 50-50 win. So what it is now moving forward, Suno AI can only learn from music and from artists and musicians that opt into that. So there's going to be like an option when somebody makes music through some agency, whatever, Sony or Warner or whatever it may be, they're going to have an option like, hey, do you want Suno to be able to learn from your music? And you have to opt into it.
Wow.
So it's like a really hard thing to kind of track, right? Like if you only took part of a song, you didn't take the whole thing, and you can't copyright a melody. You can't, let me rephrase that. You can't copyright a chord progression.
Right.
You can copyright a chord progression plus a melody that layers over it and them going at the same time. Because now that melody goes with that, the way that chord progression and
now it's unique enough. It's unique enough to copyright, because copyright has to be something that's unique enough to say this is mine.
Yeah. I can take a similar instrumental of a song that's been done, but write a totally different song with a similar chord progression, and it just can't have those same melody riffs and like it can't be identical, but the chord progressions are chord progressions. So anyway, it gets kind of the line gets a little blurry, but it is risky. A lot of people don't like it. They don't want nothing to do with it. I totally respect it. I'm just kind of playing with it, seeing what I could do with it, seeing what it's capable of. To me, the Suno AI adds someone in the room to bounce ideas with, or ChatGPT, for example, or whatever else is out there. I don't really use anything else yet, but it just adds another person in the room to bounce ideas off with. You know?
So the ChatGPT for me has been really helpful, because for a long time now I've been mixing and mastering all my own stuff, and I'm not an engineer by any means. And so when I'm struggling with something, I know a lot of the basics now. At this point in time, I can mix and master a song. I did that song for Syncere, the Way to Life song. Nice. He sent me that. I did a verse on it, and then I mixed and mastered it, and it came out good, we thought, but at the end of the day, I was struggling when I was doing some of my own stuff and some other stuff, and I was having trouble with, hey, this voice is too boomy, too bassy, but every time I compress it, so I don't know any other tricks. So I would ask ChatGPT, I say, yo, I'm struggling with this bassy voice. What do I have this DAW? Give me some stock plugins that I might have that can help me and tell me how to use it. And it would be like, oh, here's what you need to do. Boom, boom, boom. And I did it, and I was like, yo, I mean, this works. So for me, it was really helpful, because like you said, it's another person in the room, and it's a really experienced person in the room, because they're just
extracting
AI,
from whatever's on the internet.
They're just
extracting from blogs and from videos and from interviews and from people that are out there.
Bro. Yeah. So I could read 2 hours of blogs, and I can go through all the tutorials that Studio One gives you, because that's the DAW I use, Studio One. They give you a ton of information, education information, but it's the time that we were talking about. Bro, it takes 5 minutes to go ask ChatGPT and get its answer. I mean, it's a very helpful tool for me in that way. So I like it a lot for that. That's all I've used it for yet, but it was really good for that. It was really good for that.
I appreciate you sharing that, brother. So yeah, like, oh man, there's ChatGPT has been wrong. Just this week, it was wrong. I caught it being wrong, and I said, "Do you ever admit to being wrong?" And they was like, it said, "You know what? You're right to push back on that. I apologize. I was wrong about that." I was like, "Wow!" I was like, "Very impressive. All good." He was like,
"Wow,
I've caught it too, bro."
I didn't expect for it to apologize, but it apologized. So I don't know. I got some respects, man. For now, till it turns on us. You know what I'm saying?
Till it turns on us.
I'm keeping my eye on you. Until
it goes all Terminator on us.
I would prefer to be in a room with real brothers and sisters,
100%
for creativity. That's my like preference. My ultimate preference is to be in a room with people that are walking out this faith. I just haven't had that luxury. I also haven't scheduled and organized my life properly to be able to have that. Because now you're thinking about other people's schedules as well, right? Think about how complicated ChatGPT is always available versus we're dealing with real humans with different schedules and we're all doing different things in life. Unless we're all doing this full time, right? Like major artists, they have a writing team.
Yep.
Look up any major artist that has written a top song. Look on the credits. They did not write that song by themselves.
It's 15 people
There's
on
15
that song,
people
bro.
on that
Yeah.
thing, bro.
Hey,
Right?
real talk. It really makes you like respect the process a lot more too, because bro, anybody can get a team of people and make a track. Like that ain't even difficult. You know what I'm saying? But y'all giving you something and fueling you, and you being able to put that out, bro. That's something different.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I appreciate that a lot, Jayo. It's just I don't want that to be the norm because I know it's not sustainable. It's hard. It's hard. I mean, everybody has a different skill level. I'll be honest. I don't. On a scale of 1 to 10, and this is just me judging myself. On a scale of 1 to 10, being a lyricist and a writer, excuse me. Honestly, I feel like I'm a 5 or a 6. It takes me extremely long time, unless the creative juices are really going right there. But like it takes me like I need some solitude. I can't be stressed. Any little stress in my life messes me up.
Hey, I'm the same way, bro. I am the exact same way. You could ask Jay and them. It takes me forever.
I'm extremely sensitive, bro, to stress. I can't even fake it. I'll try to fake it like I'm good. I'm calm. And if I try to write, I'm not calm, bro. I'm not. I need to deal with whatever's bothering me needs to be dealt with. There needs to be some resolve, some resolve to this thing that's lingering. And I can't be fighting with my wife. I can't be having an argument with my wife. There can't be like a, you know what I mean? Like a heavy disagreement. It just doesn't work, man. And I find myself, so that's where I feel like that's where these guys, you know, these artists are stressed out, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, they got all the money in the world. They're drugged. They're into drugs. They're drinking themselves to sleep. They're stressed out. They got multiple baby mamas. You know, but why are they successful? Because they got a writing team. Sometimes all they got to do is come in and do the work with their skill, with their voice, or whatever.
Right.
So I do appreciate the compliment, and I do obviously intend to continue to use the skill to every now and then pop some gems where I made it completely by myself. But man, I think that if I really want to be a writing machine and a factory of just producing good content on a very consistent basis, it requires having a team.
Yeah, because part of what you're saying is you know, resonating with me, because for me, I'm gonna be honest, I'm the exact opposite in a sense, because I've written some of my best stuff when I had the most problems going on in my life. Because for me, it just motivates. I don't know what it is. Yeah. It just turns it on where I can take that and make it into good music. And so if
that's
it
true.
was
I mean,
team,
you could write about, like, if I was to stop myself and be like, man, I should write about what I'm feeling right now, what I'm going through, and turn it into a song. I'm 100% sure. Yeah, that's definitely possible.
It might make some stuff that's real relatable too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, I could testify to that too, because I chop it up with Jay a lot, and yeah, he has that. I do not have that, and I admire that and respect that.
No, well, praise, yeah, bro, appreciate it. Yeah, but I mean, and that's what it is. So if there was a team effort and it was like, yo, Jayo and D kind of going through something, struggling with this, and somebody like me or somebody else pops in there and is like, yeah, but look, let's just turn it into this, and then all of a sudden now it becomes something real memorable and something that motivates and resonates with people. So I see what you're saying about the team thing is my point with that, 100%, because different strengths, different weaknesses, that's what makes a good team, right?
Amen.
Yeah,
absolutely. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. So, Michael,
yo,
I appreciate all this time you've been giving me.
Hey.
I mean, so that's basically, we got to where you're currently at. You got your wife with the website creating creations, right?
Simply Set Apart. Creations.
Set Apart Creations. Yep, I'll put it right there. And you got your t-shirt. You got the t-shirt printing machine in your house. You're a rapper. You're a lyricist. You record from home into your garage band. You send it off to either Tzaddik or Bobby Thornz. You're looking into getting a doll. Maybe you're kind of on the fence, not sure how far deep you want to start getting into doing your own stuff because you have other things going on. You got the outreach ministry going on. You are in leadership as well. You are a fellow elder of Ancient Path Revivals, and you got your own construction. You got the construction business with Ancient Path, so you got a lot going on. It's not like you're doing music by yourself, music alone, I should say. You're wearing a lot of hats, and so kudos to you. Much respects to you. Is there a message before I end the interview, focusing more on you? Is there a message that you would have for the body of Messiah that you think is really important that they need to hear right now? What would it be?
I would say, it's having the right heart, man, checking our heart daily, removing the dross in this season that I see within where I'm at, within community, with the greater body, seeing where, testimony of things that I'm hearing and reoccurring messages coming through different parts of the body is that, it's really important that we remove the dross from our hearts, and when we're looking outwardly, that we look inwardly first. Yah is showing us things that are problems, and until we deal with us and let him deal with our heart, we ain't going to be equipped to be able to deal with that problem. And so seek him in all things, because it's important for us in the fullness of the truth of the Torah and the testimony of Yahushua HaMashiach that we be that light to people and we walk in the fruits of the spirit and not the fruits of the flesh. And so to me, that's the biggest thing, man, because people are going to wake up to this truth, and we don't want them to we don't want to be a stumbling block because we aren't walking with the right heart posture in these commandments, So I just encourage us all to sit on that table every day and let him operate on our hearts and circumcise our hearts daily. That we keep the Torah with the right heart and not to check a box.
Man, appreciate that, Mike.
Praise Yah.
Beautiful, brother.
Man, I love it.
Oh, one more thing. I did want it to be a two-way street. I wanted it to be a two-way street. So because we never got to really chat with each other like this. We never got to sit down and get to know each other. So I wanna leave it open, man. If you have the time. I don't want to take up more time than what you have. So, but if you have some questions for me, man, I'm open. Man. This is an awesome time. We're live. I'm an open book, man.
So, man, there's a lot of stuff. There's definitely a lot of stuff. And so I know, Tzaddik and the other brothers, I'm going to allow them to ask me these questions, but I'm just going to ask you one question for right now, because I look forward to building, and I think we'll be doing this more. I got a podcast that we're trying to do called Back to the Basics. And so I'd love to have you on that.
Great.
And so I look forward to building, but as the season's upon us, that would be my main question, man, is what would your message to the body be? Because I'm always looking at what Yah is speaking through the body, because we're all different parts. And so to me, that's the most important question right now, because as this time's upon us, what is he speaking to you for the body? Man, because I might need to hear that. I might need to hear that.
All right. So I'm in a very interesting place right now than I have been. I had the hat of preacher for many years on Devoted to Yah. I had the hat of preacher on my channel. I was doing more content of the group that I had. It wasn't a virtual assembly, if you will. It was an online assembly at one point. But things got really hot with politics. And I obviously led the charge in that. So a lot of people got turned off because anyone that knows me, my wife would be the prime example. somebody who's known me since she was 14, I was 19 years old. When I catch fire and zeal to something, I don't let it go. And it's like a pro and a con. It's a positive and a negative.
Blessing and a curse.
It's a blessing and a curse. So my thing was, we had just went through COVID. And that was a very traumatic experience. That was a global traumatic experience, something that our world has never seen. And I was filled with rage and vengeance. I wanted to fight against wicked governments, wicked people in authority and powers, and anything that supported that plandemic, the plandemic, I call it. So I wanted to fight against that. And so I started to get into the political realm again, which before I wasn't. Before I was like left wing, right wing, same bird. I don't want nothing to do with it. Up until around 2009, right when my son was about to be born in 2020, January 2020. And this virus thing was around the corner. I'm seeing it on the news, I'm hearing about it. And I started relearning about the jabs. I started learning about that. I started watching documentaries. And when my son was being born, we said, my son's not getting anything. Me and my wife were on board. We're like, he's not getting nothing, not even the vitamin K shot. And we got a lot of pushback. So thank y'all, we never did. But it was during that time that I was like, babe, I think I want to get back into the political realm, because I want to try to influence law, the law of the land. I want to have some sort of influence on the law of the land. And I think it's more important to get involved locally than it is nationally, to be honest. I think things are more rigged when it's a national presidential and congressional kind of level than the local level of your local mayor, your local council, and things like getting involved with the little things. Like I've even watched documentaries and saw things where there's communities, there's people who went to a city that was low, with a low population, and they went there with a lot of people, and because they started taking over the number of people, they were able to outvote a lot of the people, and they started taking over that city. And I'm talking about in America, and they were able to influence the culture of that city. And I'm just thinking of like ancient past. I'm thinking of like everybody trying to live off grid or whatever the case may be. Like, bro, we could have people that'll be the local sheriff or the local, top judge in the city, or the mayor, or so anyway, I started getting into all of that. And then Charlie Kirk got assassinated on TV.
Right.
And I fought hard. To not let Kamala Harris get voted from. Whoever was listening to my channel, I'm telling you, Michael, I turned a lot of people off last year. I turned a lot of people off because of that. People in my own ministry, people were leaving. People were trying to stay, but because of how uncomfortable they felt, it was starting to stir up animosity, and it turned into slander, subconsciously. So for some people, consciously. Like it was like, I'm upset. I love you and I want to stay loyal to you, but I'm angry with you that you're going this direction, right?
Right.
So, and then that just caused like drama, and I'm dealing with a lot of this heat. I'm dealing with people who I thought were loyal leaving. And I mean, I was trying to have like these meetings and everything with them. We were having meetings with everyone together, and we were trying to hash out the disagreements, and even those interventions weren't working. If I could go back, I would invite somebody. I wouldn't even know who. Like it would need to take somebody from outside, almost like an unbiased judge, to come in and mediate. Because when you have issues with the leader of the ministry, I mean, like, You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's pretty tough. And I know you guys can relate with H and Pass. That's why y'all restructure some things. But anyway, long story short, Michael, I didn't even want to get into politics or nothing. That's not my intention.
Right.
I'm just giving you where I'm at right now.
Praise Yah.
So I fought for Trump to get voted in. The biggest things were the Epstein files. Biggest things for me were freedom of speech, because I felt like during the COVID and during the Biden administration, being religious, there was some persecution. Like we were being persecuted. We were being kicked out of jobs because we wouldn't take the jab. We were, you know, being looked at. Like I started seeing less and less street preaching being done because there was more harassment from police officers during Biden's administration. So I'm looking at this from a ministry, from a faith standpoint. And I'm like, there's only two options. And there's one person who wants to see us fail. There's one person that hates what we talk about. And there's another person going for president who's open. If anything, seems to be, from what he's saying, more open and more supportive of the people who claim the biblical faith. Christians, obviously, on the top. But that's us too. You know, if he's allowing and supporting Christians to have their freedom of speech, that's for us too. We're being able to have freedom of speech as well.
Right.
So anyway, he gets voted in. I'm like, cool. All right, cool. He got in. Praise Yah. And then I'm like tracking how he's doing, and things are getting crazy. Next thing you know, Charlie Kirk gets assassinated. Between these two things, for me, was the straw that broke the camel's back for me. Between Charlie Kirk getting assassinated, a man who was pushing against the homosexual agenda, pushing against the LGBT trans agenda, pushing against abortion, going on college campuses, teaching kids about Jesus Christ and faith while using political issues at the same time. I didn't agree with everything he talked about. But this was, if there was anybody out in the arena of biblical faith that was out in the political realm pushing against these horrible issues in our generation, he was the top guy.
Right.
He was the top guy. And so between these two things, him getting assassinated and the way the whole thing got handled by the FBI, just from the beginning, it was just all just messy. And then when Trump said, what Epstein files? When that's what he ran his campaign on.
Right.
When he said, what Epstein files? Y'all still talking about that Epstein files? And then he said, those who voted for him are stupid if they keep asking for the Epstein files. I was like, that's it. I can't support that, you know? And everybody was, you know, people who were, you know, there were people who I offended that were like, yo, I'm not getting involved. I'm not doing it. Left and right bring same bird. I told them, listen, I'm not voting for a pastor, bro. I know Trump is compromised, bro. I know he's a sinner. Okay.
Right.
But when I was comparing the two, it was, from what they were presenting was totally different. And I'm just judging the man based on what they're presenting, not on their past. I mean, because if you judge me on my past, you probably would stop watching this YouTube channel.
Right.
Right. So I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I'm not voting for a pastor. I'm not voting for somebody to be my spiritual leader. I'm voting for somebody who might be able to put us in a decent place where we, as Torah observant believers, could keep doing what we're doing. That's all. But when he said that, that really angered me. And what I want to say to the body of Messiah is, I think it's very important that we be involved. I think it's Daniel was involved with Nebuchadnezzar. Yahusha, and I say this all the time, and so people who probably listen to me and are frustrated with this, I sound like a broken record, but I do think it's important for us to do the ministry that we want to do. All of us here on this panel, there's ministry that we are enjoying the benefits and the fruits of the freedom that we have in this country, and we're effective in doing what we do because we're allowed to for now.
Right.
For now. And we can continue to do our ministries over here. There's no problem. That's the number one focus, is do our ministries. But we can also throw a little bit of gasoline into the fire of sustaining that fire that has been allowing us to do this ministry over here. The laws that have been protecting us to be able to do. We could throw some gasoline over there. We don't got to stay over there. Everybody doesn't have to get fully involved and fully commit. Ain't nobody asking you to pledge allegiance to nothing over there. I'm not asking that. I'm just asking, throw some gasoline over there. Keep that fire going a little bit, because the longer we're allowed to have freedom of speech, the longer we could do our ministries, and the longer we have for people to get saved. You know, the moment we start getting digital ID and getting tracked and getting, demonetized, and our bank accounts are struggling because they see what we're talking about and they're trying to shut us down, then at that point, it's like, then there's no hope in the system no more. But I think for now, there's still a little bit of hope. However, I'll be honest, Michael, I am, what's the word for it? I feel bamboozled. I feel like, I agree. I've been following Candace on the Charlie Kirk case. I signed up with TPUSA when he got shot right away. I was like, I'm signing up with TPUSA. I'm jumping on board. I'm going to be a Torah observant Messianic believer in that arena. And as I started following everything and seeing how ugly even TPUSA has been handling and seems to be hiding something, I unsubscribed. I had a profile picture and everything with them. I unsubscribed, took that down, and I was like, you know what? I'm taking a step back. I'm backing off right now. For me, this innocent bloodshed isn't light. Because I felt like when that guy got shot, it's like shooting one of our people who are preaching Torah and preaching the gospel and preaching. You shot one of our people. It's like you're shooting me. And there's some people that were happy about it.
Right.
So as a government, as an FBI and CIA, if you're not doing your due diligence to really tell us what really happened, I don't want to pour into this right now. So I'm personally taking a break from promoting politics until this Charlie Kirk thing gets really settled, until the real truth comes out. But then it raises questions like, they did the same thing with JFK, and I got some friends asking me, how come you didn't feel that way with JFK? I was like, that's a good question. It wasn't in my face like it was.
Right.
I wasn't even born.
Right.
This is hitting me different.
Right.
I saw it. You know what I mean? Like, and JFK wasn't preaching the gospel. He wasn't out there telling people to turn from homosexuality and trans and stop aborting babies. And, he wasn't. So it hits me different. It hits me different. This is a religious person in the political realm that got assassinated on live TV, and it's being covered up. It seems like it's being covered up. So anyway, I stand with Candace. Is basically, even Candace was very conservative, very right when she also helped Trump get voted. She's like, I'm not supporting it no more. Both left and right are both compromised.
Right.
And it has a lot to do with the 1948ers.
Right.
The 1948ers. And
Rep 2 9s.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Even when I got into Torah, very early on getting into Torah, which was around 2011, 2012, it never sat well with me supporting that state and associating that state as being the authentic people. Something just never, I can never like, I visited different like Messianic synagogues and stuff, and it never sat well. Like, I never felt right. And then Talmudic stuff, I never got into Talmud. I just never was interested. Some of the stuff I did see, I was like, yeah, I never liked it. I just wanted the simplicity of the scriptures. I want the law of the prophets. I want the Brit Hadashah. And Hallelujah. I want us to follow all of that as best. I don't want no extra stuff. But this state and the things that they've been doing, you know, with Gaza and everything like that, and just more stuff, right? The music industry, Michael, you're telling me, Syncere4yah, you're talking to me about you had access to recording some studios, big time studio where big time artists went to, and you got turned down because you wanted to start rapping about conscious stuff and about positive things. This is all getting shut down. Who's running the music industry?
Right.
Is it the African American group running the hip hop industry, or is it some, you know what I'm saying? Who's at the top?
Right.
Who's really like,
right.
So anyway, and I've known these things over the years. I knew 9/11 was an inside job. I knew the JFK thing was, I knew these things, but to me, I feel like the straw that broke the camel's back was my man getting shot on TV and then just telling us that he got shot with a 30-06 rifle from hundreds of yards away, and it didn't even penetrate through his neck. And I was just like, that's it, bro. I was like, I can't support. There has to be some deep government involvement. You know what I mean? So my message to the body of Messiah is don't. So where I'm at is I'm on pause telling people getting involved. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of protesting right now. It's a protest in my where I'm at. And so my audience is like, yeah, finally, D. You know, like my whole audience wants, I'll be honest, bro. I don't care. The problem with Darionel Serrano is I don't care if 99% of my followers are telling me to do something. If I'm convicted about it, I'm gonna do it because I don't please people. But that could be a bad thing. We were just me and my wife were just reading a story in the First Kings. You know, Jeroboam, Rehoboam. You know what I mean? He didn't listen to the elders. He listened to his homeboys. The homeboys are like, "Yeah, be rough on them, boy. Give him the whip with the spikes." And so, but the thing is, for me, is I don't go by what people are saying. I tend to go by what I'm convicted on, and I don't regret my decision. Let me be clear, just in case people are asking. I don't regret my hustle and my grind. I was teaching biblical citizenship classes midweek last year, leading up to the elections, and I was a licensed host to be able to play videos from Patriot Academy on just like the history of America and like the importance as Christians or whatever to get involved with politics and stuff like that and how influential. I was like hosting these videos midweek. I was offering it to my ministry. I'm telling you, I was hustling, bro, all while trying to do music. I really didn't do much music last year because I spent so much energy on this. And but now with the things that happen, my message is this: just because I'm taking a break, it still doesn't do away with the idea that our forefathers, our prophets, righteous men in the scriptures were involved in some way, shape, or form with the pagan Gentile national government that they were part of for influencing for good. You know, there was an influence. And I mean, if you're going to build a statue and tell the whole nation to worship you, I mean, like, what else are they doing? Right? Nebuchadnezzar, like if you have the guts to build a statue of yourself and tell the whole nation to worship you, like, what other sins is that nation doing? What other sins is that the leaders of that kingdom doing? So, however, I respect a righteous rebellion. I respect a righteous cause for a righteous rebellion, a righteous protest, and that's where I'm at. I haven't given up the idea, the foundational principle that I can influence the government, but I am at a place right now where I do see, and it does seem clearly to me, like our government is highly, highly compromised. And if there's no resolve to getting the truth behind who assassinated Charlie Kirk, I feel that it is something that we should stay away from until God opens a door and makes it clear there is an open door for hope and a change. So my message is, don't lose sight, as if, like, I don't want people thinking that that's not a thing. You're not allowed to get involved with the government. It is a thing, and it should be a thing. However, right now, what we got to be doing is collaborating with one another. We got to put a lot of our differences, put it to the side, because when the persecution comes that's coming for us, we're going to need as much help as we can get.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
So I'm sorry if I lost people. If you couldn't be patient enough to wait for me to say what I just said, hopefully you'll watch it on the replay. I'll chop it up in the video. But the most important thing that we could be doing, and I said that before too, Syncere. I said that before, Mike. I said we should be doing ministry, most importantly, and throw a little gasoline. Remember I said that? So I stand by that. But however, I'm at a point right now where I don't even know if I want to throw gasoline over there.
Right.
I want to, and I'm keeping my eyes out for an opportunity that makes sense to me to start doing it again. Maybe that's a local level, more local level stuff. The cities, I'll definitely probably still get involved with local level stuff. But with this, like, national, presidential, vice president, Senate, Congress, and all these other, positions, I feel like there are many local level government officials who are compromised. It takes a lot of collaboration to get away with what they got away with shooting Charlie Kirk. It's not a one-man show. It takes a lot of organized corruption to be able to get away with that. Everybody got cell phones out. Everybody's recording everything. And it all got it didn't get fully shut down because things are getting exposed, which like I said, I'm following this story, bro. I'm very passionate about it because I felt like one of my people got shot. That's how I felt. And it's not something I'm gonna just brush off and be like, yeah, that's not a big deal. To me, like, if you were to get shot like that, Syncere or Tzaddik, I would be wanting to know, and I'd be participating in any way that I can in investigating who really did this.
Right.
If you had a GoFundMe account, I'll be promoting that GoFundMe account. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think, so I think innocent bloodshed, Yahuwah cares about innocent bloodshed. I haven't gone down any darker rabbit trails, I should say, of thinking he's still alive. I haven't entertained, that. But I'm just saying the most important thing that we can be doing is building our body.
Praise Yah.
Amongst other Torah observant believers who even have differences of opinion. You don't gotta, here's the thing, and I've always felt this way, even last year and the years before. Even with somebody you disagree with on a very heavy topic, it shouldn't stop us from being able to be resourceful and help each other with needs. If somebody was to come knocking on my door right now, who I have beef with on a doctrinal theological level, and they were in a very bad situation in their life and they needed help, I would help them. If an atheistic friend or an atheistic coworker, if an LGBTQ bisexual coworker came knocking on my door and needed help with something, I would help them. So if I would help them, why wouldn't I help somebody who is in Torah, believes in the Messiah, believes in the gospel? You know what I'm saying? So that's like where I'm at. Is like, we really need to get tighter together. We need to start being resourceful. We need to start collaborating with other ministries. We need to just keep that line open, keep that communication, because we're going to need all the help we can get. If and when, not if, but when, if it happens in our generation or not, the grid gets shut down, electricity gets shut down, internet shut down, or we start getting, I heard in the UK, if you don't have the digital ID, you can't go to work.
Right.
So, if stuff like that starts happening here, if we have another COVID that is on another level, we're going to need each other as much as possible. And so don't burn bridges is my main message. Keep that keep that line open, you know, is my main message.
Praise Yah. Yeah. I'll just say two things and then I'll let you get into Jay Tzaddik and the next leg. I can, relate to that. I think that, one is not putting Yah in a box and realizing he allows us to have different perspectives so that we'll love each other properly. And we have to stay focused on that. And I think in a nutshell, these things you're saying is that that time's upon us. And, as we can become divided over these things, we need to find the things we're unified in, and walk in those things with a soft heart. And not taking these hard stances so harshly where we cut parts of the body off. You know what I mean? I think it's the wrong time to be doing that. Let him separate the wheat and the chaff. Let him do those things. Let us walk in love and compassion with all, that the light of Messiah would be shining through us, and what we do. So, man, I appreciate it, Ak. This was beautiful. I look forward to Jayo's in the lobby. He's trying to jump in.
Oh, yep. Came back in. Yeah, thank you. I'm not even looking at it. It's literally on my screen and I'm just focused. I'm looking at
Praise Yah. I just wanted to just say that, man, it's been a pleasure. I'm going to kill my screen for a minute and go swap some laundry and check on this outreach and where we're at. And then I'll jump back in here and I'll be paying attention, listening. And man, it's been a pleasure sharing with you, Ak, and getting to know you better too.
Yeah,
so
praise Yah. Thank you, Michael,
right.
aka Syncere4yah. Thank you very much, brother.
Yeah. I'm going to hang back. All right. Love y'all.
Love you too, Ak, for real.
What up, Jayo?
Man, I just got
busy day. You were shoveling the snow and everything.
I went to bed at like 1:30, up at like 5:30. I'm exhausted, but it's good.
Oh man, my man. Well, thank you so much for being here, Jayo. I appreciate you, man. So same with you. Like I never really got a chance to really chop it up much with you. I saw you real quick at Hebrew Fest for the first time. I saw all you guys for the first time, really. For the first time at Hebrew Fest. My little disciple I had with me, Jeffrey. He's the one I did the song with on stage.
Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah, he is. He was doing camera and everything. He was volunteering, helping out with the camera. But he knows a lot about you guys. Like I was hoping he would be here. He's like, yo, this guy, they got this song, and blah, blah, blah. Like he was telling me, oh Jayo, he did this collaboration before, man, this is gonna be my opportunity, and I wanted to make it public. I kind of want to, get multiple birds with one stone. You know what I mean? Like, I'd love for people to hear your story. I also want to give you guys like a platform, and it's a collaboration initiation, if you will, right? This is like a way for me to say, I like what you're doing. I like what you guys are doing. And I want more people to hear what you guys have. And willing, this will be the start to something of us maybe doing more ministry or music together. So I'm excited about it. It's been fun so far, man. Hearing Syncere4yah's story, man. Wow, what Yah has brought him through, man. It's
crazy.
Wow. Just Yah could do it, man. He could do it. That's what I get out of it, man. And I need that, because I tend to be a very critical person, especially if I got beef with somebody. I need that reminder that Yah could change anybody.
I've been on the same thing. So you're good. Yah soften our hearts.
Yeah. So Jayo, we're gonna do the same thing. And again, at any time, even Jake over here, Jay Tzaddik, if you got questions for me too, man, I would love for it to be both ways. But naturally, I'm interviewing you guys, so it's gonna mostly seem one way. But I'm totally open book, man. If you guys want to ask me whatever, even if it's about my testimony or music, we could definitely go that route. But Jayo, so what I did with Syncere is the same thing. Just tell me your faith journey. So I want to know, what kind of environment you were brought up in, and what your journey has been coming to faith. And I say faith because I'm not going to say Torah, because I came to faith before I came to Torah.
That's big facts.
I don't care what nobody says. And people, man, there's a young man who I discipled personally, brought him to Torah. and he ended up making a Devoted to Yah exposed video, and it was so whack. It was so whack. Nobody watches it anyway. But I was just like,
people do that stuff. Weird, yo.
I was like, really, bro? I was like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that didn't make no sense. And then he, was claiming I wasn't a believer because my testimony was in the Christian church. And I was just like, wow, man, I didn't teach you that, bro. I was like, I did not teach you that. You got that from somebody else.
Bro, the Christian church keeps Torah. There's not a whole lot of it.
True.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep,
like, missing some tidbits.
A big percentage, actually. If we're honest with ourselves, it's a big percentage of Torah.
Oh yeah. I mean, and if they knew the Sabbath was truly Saturday and they knew the history behind it, most would fall in line.
Yeah.
That's big.
Nah, because I'll just say this real quick, and then I'll let you get to that. But like me and Jayo have talked about this a lot. I live in Kentucky now. I'm from California, but I live in Kentucky, and let me tell you, they take Sunday very seriously out here, bro. Very seriously, because they think it's the day. So like what Jayo's saying, if they were aware that maybe it's not, I'm telling you, they would take Saturday just as seriously. So yeah, you're right about that.
And just to go off of what I was saying before, like Charlie Kirk put out a book about the Sabbath.
Yep.
And and he was preaching about it towards his last days, and he was starting to turn on the 1948ers. He was starting to turn. He was turning.
Hey, I know a lot about that.
Yeah, you know a lot about that, right?
Yeah.
I've been keeping my eye on that story, man. I can't believe the trial is all the way in May. That don't make no sense.
Check this out. This whole thing is a stage. They used Charlie. They absolutely used Charlie because he was a new Sabbath keeper. He was still keeping Sunday and interchanging days. So he hadn't fully committed yet.
He didn't fully jump over.
They got that in a prime spot to where they can condition both populations of this and bring it together for an ecumenical movement. It's crazy.
I believe it, bro. I believe it. TPA USA is definitely doing it. They had Nicki Minaj on stage, bro.
What? Hey,
what are y'all doing?
Not to mention, Homeboy was talking about Nicki being a terrible influence like months before.
Yes. Yeah. Her husband is like, I don't like a lot about what she's about. And Erica's like, she's a woman of the Lord. We need to listen. I was like,
what Lord? Who's her master?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, bro. I'm watching this thing, bro. I'm watching this thing for real.
Yeah,
but
man.
Nonetheless, let's get into your story, brother Jayo.
Man.
What were you, what's your environment growing up? And then like, what was your faith journey, Yeah. And then like I said with him, like everybody has God, like Yahuwah, like throwing seeds, like sending people in your life, dropping a seed, you know what I mean? Somebody else coming in, watering it a little. But where's that moment where everything colliding? You're like, yo, I'm sold out. I'm giving up my life. So I want to lead up to that part, and I want you to really highlight that part for us. But start with the history.
So I grew up in a broken home. Family split apart when I was, I believe, 5 years old. A little bit of trauma and stuff that builds from that and all that stuff that I just bottled everything up and just kept moving. That's just the type of person I was. And like 6th grade, I moved in with my pops, and I was already having trouble in school and stuff like that. And my uncle lived like right down the road from him. And so I moved in, and they packed and moved. And so I'd go work with them whenever I needed money and stuff like that. We'd play ball. And I just went from living somewhat halfway in the suburbs to full-time in the city with my pops. And I started going to this middle school, and I was really good at basketball. And so, when people want you on their team.
Wait, hold on, time out. You were making money in middle school?
Yeah. I was packing and moving with my dad.
Yo, you a hustling young age, man.
Bro, we shovel snow. We go
hard worker.
Bro.
Work ethic.
I was in a city. I was living off of like what they call like South Park Hill, which is like 4 blocks from Colfax. And on the other side of Colfax, you have really nice homes. And so we would make that trek over to the nice homes, and we charge like $20 for a driveway, and they pay it like nothing. So we were just grinding, you know what I mean?
Bro, hard work ethic is what I get right off the bat, yo. Just like
praise Yah, man.
Respect.
But now my uncle and my dad was talking to me a whole lot, and my uncle was he went from a believer to a 5% Nation of Islam supporter. You know what I'm saying? And like a New Wavy and more type of guy. But he lived on the land with Malachi York. I don't know if you know about the 5%ers and stuff like that.
I've
But
heard, but I never
yeah,
I heard a little bit about it when I used to get into the truth behind hip hop with Minister
yeah,
G. Craig Lewis, and he would
yep,
expose these 5%ers. And
yeah,
yeah,
bro.
I bought all his DVD. I got all his DVDs in my
Hey,
closet. The truth behind hip
that
hop.
stuff's legit.
Yeah,
The vast amount of people who are like big heads in hip hop, like legends and OGs, that's what they are. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
And it's because they believe that, you know, man is God, and you know that's just what they believe.
A lot of
It's but
Egyptian, a lot of Egyptian, like we're gods and goddesses and all that.
bro.
Yeah.
But at the end of it all, like I got really interested in all of that, and I started kicking it with my uncle more. And bro, he ended up going to prison. And around this time, middle school to high school, I like to get high, and so I was constantly getting high off of anything. And it's not like I was an addict or nothing like that. I just party, get my mind away from stuff. You know, I was abused as a kid, and so I had a lot of trauma that I was trying to, you know, cope with and what's the word, overcompensate for. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so I was just fully in the world. You know, I wasn't like gangbanging or anything like that, but I hung out with a lot of them, and I just hung around. You know, I just hung around the bad crowd, and it slowly but surely corrupted me. You know what I mean? And so I reached this point where, shoot, I done got kicked out of school, suspended. There's a lot of stuff that took place, like lots of deaths of my friends and stuff like that. And you know, right around that time is when I was like really doing drugs, and I was going on like 30-day binges and stuff like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? And
You said after high school or
no, during high school,
during high school?
yeah, after my homeboys were dying and stuff, I
Wow.
really was like trying to escape a lot. And yeah, you know how that story goes. But it reached this point where my uncle is writing me and he's in prison. And man, I was so caught up in the world that I read it. I had intended to write the letter, and I just never wrote him back. And he gets out of prison. And at this time, I've already looked into like Islam, 5% Nation. I'm just want truth. I'm just really interested. And I come across like ancient aliens and the Nephilim and stuff like that. And it really hit me because I'm like, yo, every culture talks about these things. Like, well, like, what is this? You know? And I knew that there was a God. Like, I wasn't an idiot or nothing like that. There was proof that he had given me, but I was just convinced that like I wasn't a part of that grander plan, that I was just like a toss away. You know what I'm saying? And so my uncle gets out of prison, and I'm asking him questions about all these things, and he's pointing me straight to the Bible, straight to Jesus. You know what I'm saying? That's just what he's doing. And so I didn't want none of that. I'm like, get out of here with all that.
How old were you at this point, roughly?
Huh?
How old were you around this time where he's
16, 17.
okay?
And so right around then, I'm getting this truth from him, but I don't want it. I don't want it. I want nothing to do with the Bible. So I take it and I just start looking into other stuff. But at the same time, my uncle, my whole family's boxers, and I watched the baddest dude I know become the most gentle person I ever met in my life. And even the story that really touched me is he was talking to me, and he's like, hey, I need to tell you a story, man. Like, God's real. And I'm like, yeah, I know God's real, but he don't care about me. He's like, no, he loves you. And he's like, I was in prison. He goes, and I was sitting there on the call. He goes, and I had just got on the call, but the guy behind me comes up trying to rush me off the call. He goes, and this type of stuff happens all the time. He goes, and you know, you just look the other way or you pick the fight. And he goes, and I promise to never fight anybody again. He goes, I just looked at that man, finished my call. He goes, but I walked over to go get my lunch, and he's calling me out in front of the whole what's it called? The whole room. And he's like, walks up to him, and my uncle's standing in the middle of the room with him, and looks at him and goes, nah, I'm not going to fight. I made a promise to God, and that's way more important than impressing you. You know what I'm saying? Because I got nothing to prove. And so what he tells me pretty much was that afterwards, this guy had some surgery on a bodily part on the inside. And so boxing, there's a certain combination that, you know, is just in our family that my grandpa just taught us right off bat, you know, that jab straight hook. And I'm telling you, where that punch would have landed, that man would have internally bled. And my uncle told me straight up, he goes, if I would have hit that man, he goes, I wouldn't have got out. He goes, he would have died in there. He goes, and so me being disciplined enough to stick to my promise to God got me short time. He is like, I prayed. He goes, man, I prayed that I get work release. He goes, I got work release in less than a month. He goes, I prayed that I'd have, less security. He goes, they moved me up by the mountains. He goes, I'm out there working one day, and I'm like, God, thank you so much. He goes, I see a flash on the mountain. He goes, I don't know what it was. He goes, I just saw a bright light. He goes, and I knew that was the Lord with me. And I took that to heart and started asking him more questions. And so for the next year, I did like the whole positive thinking. Oh, I'm gonna be positive, Oh, yeah. I'm gonna put positive stuff in. It's gonna come back. Not that don't work. The rain falls on the just and the unjust. And at the end of this year, I ended up in jail for like my 7th time. And like I was just an idiot. Like I wasn't doing like a bunch of crazy stuff. I was doing a bunch of dumb stuff. And so by the time I'm in jail, I'm sitting there and I had just did my whole probation. I was about to be off in less than 30 days. And I had this cycle that would happen where I'd be like 30 days away from being off probation. I was on probation from 15 to 21. And so I was about 30 days off and I failed, and they'd revoke and reinstate for 6 months instead of giving me a full sentence, which is kind of crazy. But I was looking at a year minimum, because the type of time that I was on, it was just habitually offending. So it was kind of mandatory that they wanted me to do that. And so I'm in jail, I'm praying. And I just remember being like, God, I know you real. I don't know if you care for me. I don't even know if I want you in my life, but I just want the truth. If not, I'm gonna kill myself when I get out of here. That was my plan. So I got out, and well, before that happened, I go to court like a few days later, and it was like for sure I was getting a year, and the judge goes, "No, we're gonna give you a month." And a month with some good time is like 21 days. You know what I mean? So I popped into trustees, started going to the Bible classes, and my cellie was racist, and he tried to test me when we first walked in, and I'm just not that guy. And either way, we sat down after that and we talked, and we Bible studied every single day in that cell. And I watched a man who hated people of color become like a good friend while I was in there, to the point where I even like hit him up when I was outside, and I know that he got out and everything. So I watched God radically change that man. Hey, in 2 weeks, this man was like, yo, sharing cookies and his stuff because I was indigent. I didn't get none of that stuff. I never ever put my money on my books, but he was sharing everything with me. And so we was cool. And so I get out, and my mom let me stay there for a little bit. And I overwore the welcome. I was like, nah, she ain't serious. She gonna let me stay here longer. And, 30 days came up, and she's like, no, like, you gotta go. Like we had a deal. So I packed my bag and left, and I was homeless. And I just knew that God had me though. And so I was praying, reached out to my cousins, and like within 3 days or so, I ended up staying over off of 6th and Vaughn, or 7th and Vaughn, over in Delmar, which is not the nicest area, but hey, I knew that I had God. God answered my prayers. And so next 6 months, I'm living in this place with roaches, bed bugs, rats. Like I had never experienced none of that stuff before in my life. And on the floor next to the door.
Man, that's wild, man. I mean, you started your testimony with you're in middle school, hustling, knowing how to make clean money, good work ethic, all the way to this place, man. And it's just wow, man, just how things could just turn.
Oh, bro, the desires of the heart were wicked.
Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah, I mean, and the street life and that sort of stuff kind of captivated me at a young age, to where like I wanted to be a part of it, but at the same time, I did have a strong conviction when it came to doing crazy stuff. Like there are certain things I just couldn't do, and those are the things that homeboys would do. But I had a strong conviction inside. But yeah, man. It's kind of crazy because dang, I kind of lost where I was at. Got ahead of myself there, but
well, all right. So you stayed at your mom's, you said, and then she's like, you got to go. So you would start homeless. You were in this place with bed bugs and everything.
Yeah. So this place that I'm staying at, like, bro, I got a blanket over, got to put the sleeping bag zip all the way up, and I'm still getting eaten up by these things. But 6 months goes by. I picked up a job at a little fast food place, picked up another job. So I'm leaving at 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm back on the last bus, the 121 down Peoria at like, I think it was 12:45. I'd get there at like 1:20. And then I'm walking to the house and I do it all again. But it's crazy because I was only getting like 4 hours of sleep, like the most, but like I'd wake up completely revived. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I'd wake up, read my word, I'd work out and do these things. And anywhere I go, I was riding a bus. So I was just reading and writing music. That's just what I've always done. And just, it was kind of crazy because the things that would happen on these rides to the light rail, or like sitting at the bus stop, or even just walking someplace real quick, like there was stuff that like I could tell it was God. Like Yah's like, yo, yeah, you read that today. Well, here's a physical application for you to apply it to. And sometimes I'd apply it, sometimes I wouldn't, you know. It's that discernment was lacking back then a little bit, but in long story short, I can't even make the long story short. What am I saying? But pretty much though, I last like 6 months, find out that the lady who we're staying with is a crackhead, and she ain't paid rent in months. And so I get on my stuff and I bounce, and living in a motel with my homeboy, and in and out the motel. Like I had a place to stay with my family, so I was in and out. He got out of jail at the same time. We all get this apartment over off of 17th and Chester, and my boy Tanner and Aaron, and Tanner, I know you watching. What's good, bro? Love you, man. But yeah, no. So we was living over there, and I don't know if you know about the East Side. It's not nice. But at the same time, bro, my heart was changed. I was about to have a kid on the way, these sorts of things, and so I put a lock on my room, and I go home, bro, and I'd hop on that phone with my uncle, and we'd spend hours just studying the scriptures, talking conspiracies, whatever. And it was that time right there, from September in 2011 until about, I think it was March in 2013, like right around that time right there was just so much taking place. And at that apartment, like I really learned some discipline. Like I wasn't partying. They were having people coming over drinking, and, you know, they were having fun doing their thing, but I was just so focused, like, you know. And I told myself, like, once my baby was born, I wasn't going to drink because it's something that would get me in trouble. And so right around this time, I have the baby. I get up out of the hood and go get my own apartment. I start doing maintenance, and yeah, bro, the trials continued a lot. But through all of this, man, Yah has just been refining and building me. You know, sometimes I ain't been the best, but he's allowed me to come back and learn and these sorts of things. And so it's all been like a growing. It's been a process. It's been a long process, because stubborn. You know, sometimes and this just being real, I'm stubborn. And I sometimes have to learn things the hard way, and I don't like that about myself. But during that course of time, it did, and honestly, I reached the point where me and my daughter's mom, we separated and stuff, and I found myself at a really low point where I just didn't want to live anymore. You know what I mean? And it wasn't because like I didn't like people, I didn't love people, I didn't love the things around me. It was just the feeling that I had inside that would haunt me. I just couldn't really escape it. It was the type of thing where like you're good all day, and then time comes, and you just have all these thoughts that you can't escape. And you know, there's several times that I sat there with a barrel straight to my mouth, you know what I'm saying? And the only thing that would come to my mind was God and my daughter. And so the last time that took place was in 2017. And I told myself, nah, that ain't never happening. That ain't gonna hit my mind like that ever again. And so I just started working, grinding. At this same time, my uncle, well, he's always talked to me about Sabbath and stuff, but he comes into play really heavily because he gets sick. And they start popping him on medication and stuff like that. And so we're
around how old are you now at this point where you're at in the story, in your testimony?
I'm about 22 years old, 23 years old. You know what I'm saying? And so they got him on some medication and stuff like that. And for the next few years, he just really wasn't the same, but he still had biblical knowledge. And so we'd sit there, chop it up, study. I have a whole notepad of just conversations that we had. And yeah, he really taught me a lot. Like at this point, I had surrendered to God. You know what I'm saying? I had confessed Yahusha, or at the time, Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. And I surrendered my life. And yeah, he taught me just about everything. But there's one person that skipped my mind in this whole story, and it comes into play even before him, is my grandma Connie. She's probably like the most loving believer I've ever known in my life. And the love that she shed upon me in times when I was in binges, when she had seen me high out of my mind, like the love, the unconditional love that she shed upon me spoke volumes for how much God loved me, because she always pointed right back to him. And so right around this time, I'm in just conversation with them a lot. And I'm just really like, I'm pressing in. I'm pressing in because what else do I have in this life? The relationship that I had wanted was gone. I'm in this spot right now where it's like, yo, what's gonna happen? Like I can't even say what's gonna happen tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? And a little bit of time goes by. I meet my future wife, and things start happening. We start building, start talking about faith and all that stuff. And yeah, we are where we are now. But in 2019,
you're married now? You're married?
Yeah, yeah.
Praise
And
Yah.
yeah, praise Yah, praise Yah. And so a little bit before 2019, actually back in 2015, I started keeping Sabbath and started keeping the feast days because my uncle taught me, yo, I don't care what no one says. Jesus did those things. You do those things. I didn't keep them like to a T, but like Passover would come around and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm keeping Passover. And so I'm keeping technically one of these days out of all of them, but I'm just like, hey, this is nice. You know what I'm saying? And yeah. And so 2019 comes around and I'm at this place again where I'm just like, where is this peace? I'm reading about this peace in your word. Where is this peace? Like it does not exist in my life. It does not exist. I can go through these things, but it always reappears, these troubles. And at the same time, I'm reading Psalm 119 and I'm like, it's all about keeping Torah. It's all about keeping that law. How's a young man straighten his path? You know what I'm saying? By keeping it according to your ways, So I'm reading that. And my boy, Mike, I hit him up and we're talking and I'm like, hey, bro, I'm pretty positive we're supposed to be keeping these commandments. And so
this ain't Syncere4yah, right?
No. This is
different mic.
This is a mic that kind of fell away from the faith.
Gotcha.
We did this project in this time from 2019 to 2020. It was called Pray Against the Machine. And it was really like my first project ever. Is honestly, it's how most people know me, but what took place in that time period was, discipline. Started learning, hey, these are the things I'm supposed to be doing. I had already cut pork out of my diet because of like stomach problems and stuff, but I'm now seeing why. I'm going through the Torah. I'm now seeing these commands. I'm seeing how this all applies. I'm still wrestling with Paul's letters at this time. I'm thinking that he might be false at this time, to be completely honest with you. But that's resolved from learning Torah and seeing, okay, he's not false, bro. He is hitting his audience where he needs to hit his audience at.
He's a nerd too. He's a geek.
He's
totally a geek.
Hey, I'm gonna just say this: his letters are some of the most edifying for my personal walk, and it's probably because where I came from and just how hard-headed I am, like those sorts of things, and seeing his reminders and letters, like, man, we have a little group chat. My boy Mikael sent a little something. Man, it's so good. I had to pin that mug. I'm like, I need that reminder each time I open this chat. But yeah, bro. So I'm starting to do these things, and we make this project, and yeah, man, that's really like how I got to where I'm at right now.
So if you can go back for me, go back and re-highlight the moment I'm just for lack of better words, were born again. The moment you felt like you really received, you know what I mean? Like the thief on the cross, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I believe, and
I got a few moments. I got a few moments that led to that. My grandma was high on triple C's, and I was talking crazy, and she came up to me and gave me a big hug in the middle of this, and I was like enraged, and I love you, God loves you. And I walked out that house and I got arrested. So that point right there will always be a highlight, because at that very moment, in the midst of how high I was, I felt something. I felt something that I ain't felt, you know what I'm saying? To the point where even as high as I was, I still remember that to this day. You know what I'm saying? My uncle telling me the story about prison, that touched my heart, because that's a man that I didn't seen knock out people twice his size, like legit. Like that he was not someone to play with. And so I watched this man be gentle. Another time I'm over here, I owe some cat money, and I ain't even like giving any mind, bro, because that's just the type of person I was. I owed you money, come get it. You know what I'm saying? And so I pull up and he's all happy. He's, oh, thank you, bro. And I'm trying to buy some weed. And he's like, hey, this is my money, right? And I said, nah, hell, nah, that's your money. That's mine. Like, give me my stuff. And my homeboy's with me, and he's like, what? He goes, nah. And he pulls out a knife. And I said, bro, get out the car. And so we get out the car, and my homeboy's next to me, and he's like, trying to calm me down a little bit. And he just looks real scared. And it's not a look that I've seen on his face before. And I look at him and I'm like, am I tripping? And I had never done this before, bro. I just start, a knife, you catch that hand, bro, it ain't nothing. But I'm like, am I tripping? And he's like, you're tripping. And for the first time in my life, I looked at this guy and I said, hey, man, I think I owe you an apology. And he goes, what? And I was like, yeah, dog, I owe you an apology. I said, keep that money. And I walked away from the scene, and I started tearing up. I'm like, yo, what is happening to me? Like, what's going on here? You know what I mean? And so at the same time when my uncle's hitting me, when I get out of jail, I'm by myself, and these things are hitting my mind in these situations. And not only that, though, like there's crazy situations that I should have died that I survived. And it's like, why? So I'm sitting in jail and I'm like, I don't belong here. I'm looking at people and I'm like, he might belong here. That guy belongs here.
That guy belongs there.
That guy's crazy. He definitely belongs here. And I'm sitting here like, I'm just dumb. I don't belong here. And I get out, and I remember sitting at the bus stop with my big old orange duffel bag. I hate orange too. I don't know why I had an orange duffel bag. And so I'm sitting there with this goofy orange duffel bag, and I'm like, God, I love you. I know you got me through this. I give my life to you. And yeah, dude, that was going to be the end of February 2012. You know what I mean?
And so that was a moment you had where because that's what I was trying to get at. I was trying to get at, where was the moment where you made a confession of faith?
Yeah.
But not like these cheap ones we do. Like, I know I had a couple ones when I was in high school. I was like, God, if you help me pass this class, you know what I mean?
This.
Yeah. But I'm talking about the one where you, not that you were perfect afterwards, but it was the one that you knew after that prayer, after you poured your heart out, there was significant change in your life that people could start seeing, like, yo, something's different with you. So you would say it was that moment right there with the duffel bag. You got out of jail, the duffel bag.
Yeah, I just
done.
You're just done. My desires changed, bro. Like, for the first time, I felt God loved me, and it was such an easy way for me, bro, because I was so simple. I just didn't want to be in jail anymore. I was tired of spending 30 days here and there in jail. Like, I'm telling you, dude, I'm sitting in jail and I'm like, nothing serious I've ever got caught with. It's all the dumb stuff to violate my probation. And I'm like, someone's watching out for me. Like, I could have got killed. I could be facing 2 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, for certain things. And I'm looking at this and it comes down to 30 days. And I'm like, that's the answer I needed. So when I got out, like, that's just what it was, bro. I have my Bible, and I just took it with me everywhere. You know what I mean?
Is this the same time? Because when you said earlier, is this the same prison moment you had that you told God, if I get out of here and come back, I'm gonna take my life?
Yeah. He answered my prayer.
Okay. So where in the timeline was the duffel bag moment between the going to court? Like, when did it happen? Was it after the court, or was it
2 weeks? 2 weeks.
It was 2 weeks after.
Yeah, I was looking at I was looking at a year. They gave me a month. I got out on January 21st. Went and saw the Jedi Mind Tricks concert in Boulder. And then actually no. I'd say 30 days after that was when I was homeless and I was sitting there with that bag and I was just like, but I understand this though, is in that time that I got out of jail, I was reading the Bible.
Because leading up to it, it was building. You were building. Yeah, you were planting.
Here's the thing. I had studied Islam. I had read these books. Like, I had read the Bhagavad Gita and stuff like that with Hinduism and all that. Like, I was really interested. I lived in a place downtown where there was missionaries from a bunch of different religions. And so I sit there and I talk with people, and I'd be at the bus stop, and, you know, they're over there fishing too. And so I get to this point though, where I'm reading this word, and everything that I'm reading applies to my day. And I had never had that before. It still happens to this day. If I read something, it's applicable to my day. You know what I mean? I may not always catch it because I'm slow, but sometimes, you know what I'm saying? He'll be like, no, that's the one. You need to apply that. But around this time, I was just like, wow, there's something with this book. Like this ain't normal. Like, you know, and there's a funny story.
You were letting the word itself plant seeds in you, leading up to that moment at the bus stop.
Yeah.
With the duffel bag. So I just want people to hear that and like highlight, because it's just beautiful how everybody's testimony is different. Like, what's that turning point? I do this with everybody. I used to do this with people trying to join my ministry. I'm like, all right, what's your testimony? And I would try to help them. No.
Yeah.
Where's the real climax at? That's not it. Boom, there it is, right there. That's the one. Because I can identify mine. I can identify when I broke down and I knew I was never the same. You know, I went back to high school. Mine was when I was 16 years old.
Bro, that's such a blessing.
Yeah.
For real, that's such a blessing, bro. I salute you.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah,
I say that because I know how hard that is. And I know how much discipline at a young age that you have to be able to walk that route and avoid those things, bro. And I honor what God has done to you for that. You know what I mean?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I had the blessing of being able to marry my wife as a virgin. Like I never had sex outside of marriage.
Let's go.
When I was 16, I was going to summer school. I played basketball, I played football. But I was going to summer school, I was failing. And it was one of my prayers, like, God, if you let me get through summer school, I promise I'll give my life to you. And I really do think like it all lined up. I went to a youth conference that my mom told me not, like, I didn't want to go to. My mom told me, you're going. And my mom definitely brought us up in the church.
That's dope.
My dad was like a working alcoholic. My dad was extremely talented musician, bro. My dad was a full Boricua, Puerto Rico, born and raised, nasty on the guitar, and had an amazing voice, bro. My dad had a voice like Mark Anthony, bro.
Hey, but the apple don't fall far from the tree, my brother.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And but yeah, I went to a church, and I slept through the whole conference, the youth conference. I slept through it because I didn't even want to be there. And then we went out for ice cream, and then the whole youth group showed up. All these cars started pulling up. It was just me and my mom. We're getting ice cream, and all these cars start showing up, and it's from the people from the church. I was like, oh man, they're coming up to me like, yo, D, when you gonna give your life to Christ, yo? I was like, nah, I'm good. You know your mom loves you. She praying for you. Yeah. Right. Across the street from the ice cream place is another Pentecostal church having a youth conference. And somebody in the youth group was like, yo, that's my friend's church. They're also having a conference. Y'all want to go? And everybody's like, yeah. My mom's like, yeah. I was like, Mom, let's go home. I don't want to.
I'm done.
I went. You told me to come.
Churched out right now.
Yeah. And no lie, bro. Like, it was a small little church. It was packed out. There was nowhere else to sit but in the front. So our whole group just like, we're sitting up in the like first two benches on the right side. And I'm sitting in the front. And I'm so upset, bro. I'm so angry. And but then I just really hear in my head. I didn't hear audible voice. I don't have that kind of testimony. But I heard in my head, D, why do you hate me? That's what I heard. Why do you hate me?
Hey, you know, it's funny you say about the audible voice, because mine's in here too. But I think it's the same audible voice that people talk about, because I hear it. Not my voice.
Yeah.
It's not my voice.
Definitely not my voice.
It speaks clear and is way more wise than me. You know what I mean?
But the thought, those words, those thoughts were very clear in my mind. Why do you hate me? It's not, hey, why do I hate? It's not like me asking the question, why do I hate? It was, why do you hate me? And I was like, do I hate God? Then I asked myself the question, do I hate God? And then it was like, God's playing in my mind like a movie, all the issues I have up until this point. Like I never did drugs, never drunk. Like I said, haven't had sex outside of marriage. I got close. I was sexually immoral. I was getting, doing stuff with girls, getting real close. I had an opportunity with a girl that I turned down. Literally that summer. It was that summer. I was with my cousin's girlfriend's over my cousin's girlfriend's house, and she had a younger sister. And he's like, "Yo, you gonna go with her in a room, and I'm gonna be with her in this room, and y'all do y'all thing. We'll be over here." And literally, this girl like was taking my clothes off, and I was like, "Nah." I was like, "I'm good." The reason is, this is before I gave my life to Messiah. The reason was because I was petrified by what I saw in health class that year. That was just me. Most guys my age are like, I don't give up. I'm going for it. But I was petrified. I saw herpes. I saw all time. I was like, what the hell?
But bro, that's wisdom, dog. That's wisdom. At a young age, you're sitting here like, nah.
And this girl went both ways, all right? And it was known she went both ways, all right? So I was like, we kissed, we were rubbing up on each other, all that. And then she started like, I was like, nah, I'm good. Because I'm thinking, I don't know what you got, girl. You know what I mean? But it was later on that month or that summer, whenever it was this night, that all the thoughts came. D, you have anger issues against your father. My father was verbally abusive. He was a working alcoholic. And come to find out, I think my dad was doing cocaine for a while. He actually died a few years ago, about 3 years ago now. My dad was found on the floor from a cocaine and fentanyl overdose.
My condolences.
Yeah, that was really tough for me.
Fentanyl's nasty.
Yeah.
It's taking some friends too.
Yeah. But I really like retrospectively, I was like, damn, was my dad on that stuff growing up? That makes sense now. That shit makes sense now, because my dad was like, bro, he would be popping off like angry, like rage. And I'm like, I don't think that's alcohol. Yeah. So my mom used to put restraining orders on my dad. My dad used to be kicked out of the house, banging on the window, saying, I'm gonna kill you, BITCH, and all that stuff to my mom. And I would sleep with my mom in bed. I'm the youngest of four. And so my dad used to physically abuse my mom before I was born. So my older siblings like saw stuff like that. But by the time I was born, he was kind of somewhat, it mellowed out a little bit.
He got out of his system.
Yeah. But so I had anger against my father at that. I'm 16 years old, definitely have anger issues against my father. I was addicted to pornography. I had my own anger issues. I was a little disrespectful. Not a little. I was pretty disrespectful to my mom and my sister. And then like all these voices are going through my head while I'm sitting down. And he's like, you're kind of starting to turn out like your dad. And I was like, what? I was like, nah. And so those are the big things. And you've done some sexually, been doing some sexually immoral stuff, right? I just walked up to the front. The church was going over announcements for the week. Nobody was preaching at this point. And I've heard the preaching my whole life. I've been in a very charismatic, very loud Spanish Pentecostal church growing up. So they don't hold back nothing. It's fire and brimstone.
You say that and you got the pictures set.
Yeah. So I'm like desensitized to it. I'm like, yeah, whatever. But like, this church is not my church that I go to. It's somebody else's church. They're going over the announcements for the week for what's going on in their house. And I'm having this moment in the chair by myself. And so I just get up. I'm like, I don't want to be like my dad. Like one of my biggest things was like, I don't want to be like my father. I want to be better. And so I walk to the front, hands up. I'm crying. And they're like, I think he wants to give his life to Jesus. And so they get the whole church to start praying. It gets rowdy and rumbly and everything, and then my mom comes up. A lady comes up there and just starts. She almost starts to recite like, God's gonna deliver you. He's gonna heal you from this, all the stuff that I was hearing when I was in the chair.
Yeah.
And then my mom comes up I literally dropped to my knees. I shared the story with my mom. I'm like, Mom, do you remember this? She's like, it's blurry. I do remember, I do remember being up there and being in that church. I do remember that, but like the details, she's like, yeah, I don't. I was like, Mom, I was on my knees. I hugged you at the waist. I was weeping. I was crying. I was like, I don't want to be like Dad. I'm not gonna be like Dad. I promise. I'm gonna be better. I'm gonna be a man of God. Yeah. Now mine was like I got hit like right in the chest, and it was just.
This was my following church experience as soon as I gave my life.
Praise
I
God.
go to this church with my grandma, and she's like, "Oh, this guy Leaf Hetland's coming, and oh, he's so gifted." And so I go, it's Castle Rock, which is like one of the most wealthy neighbors. It's just like, bruh, it's very, yeah, you already know. So I go there and I'm sitting and I'm listening. And mind you, I've been reading my Bible, bro. Like I've been reading and I'm listening to him. And I don't really agree with much that he's saying, but like I get his motivational message and he goes by and he's like, starts touching people and they start dropping. Hey, bro. He walks up to me and he does it. And I'm like, I'm looking around and he's like, he says something and does it again. And I just
around here, boy.
Said, I'll sit down. And I just sat down and I just like looked around and I'm sitting there watching these people get touched and like going into convulsions and a bunch of weird stuff. And I'm sitting there like, what the hell is going on here? Like, this is weird. This is not what I want in my life. And so I really stayed away from like a vast amount of churches, like unless I knew the pastor or something like that. And yeah, dog. So your church experience was tight. Mine was funny style.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. In the church I grew up in, there was a little bit of that, not a lot of that. Not a lot of that. But there was a lot of convulsions. There's a lot of convulsions. I grew up in that. I grew up in loud, people speaking in tongues, shaking, moving around, spinning in circles, and then landing on the floor.
Okay, so you've seen it then. You've seen it then.
Oh, yeah. I just never been like the church I grew up in didn't have a lot of the people coming and touching you and people dropping. There wasn't a lot like
that's good.
It was probably very seldom. I was never a fan of that kind of stuff either.
Nah, me neither, bro. It weirded me out. And I ended up going to a church in the city downtown, which was like a halfway Messianic synagogue who opened up their church to people on Sunday. And so I was going Sabbath and Sunday at one point. Yeah. But yeah, bro, that was my only good like experience. The other one was weird.
The good thing I got from my a couple of things I got, but I'm not going to share all that. But I think one of the good things I got from that type of denomination is the boldness and the fearlessness to pray against the devil.
Yes, and to go against spiritual warfare.
Yeah.
Like so really intercede, bro.
Yeah. The fearlessness, the fearlessness, just like.
I am somebody who does not judge a vast amount of denominations for their small little things because I'm under the understanding that most of them are going to come to the truth regardless. Like it's only a matter of time. You know what I'm saying? Like he did it with me. I know he's going to do it with tons more. Yeah. And so I look at stuff like that and I'm like, yeah, that's not for me. But you know, they still part of the body somehow. Yeah. You know? Praise God.
Jayo, let's get into some music. Unless you got questions for me. Do you have any faith questions for me at all?
Not really, bro. You really, you kind of answered everything while you talking, bro.
Yeah, praise
the exchange stuff is dope. It's dope.
Yeah, that's kind of like my history, and that kind of, I was 16 years old. 2 years later, I was 18. I was in the pastor's office having a debate with him over doctrine. I was like, yo, this is doctrines of men right here, bro. This rule right here is a doctrine of man. This rule, like, yo, what's up? Like, basically, and he wouldn't answer me. Like he wouldn't give me answers. He wouldn't like reciprocate. So I was like, yo, give me some answers. Give me something.
And that's tight. 18 debating a pastor, bro. I'm 18 debating addicts on how much. Like, no. It's going to be this much. You know?
So I was out. 18 years old, I was out. And I started going to like more American churches, more Caucasian, kind of mixed. I explored a little bit of like Black apostolic churches, but mostly I stayed around the like Caucasian charismatic kind of churches. But anyway, met my wife when I was 19 years old. She came to my church that I was attending when she was 14. But you know, we didn't get into a relationship until she was 18. And so it's been a beautiful road, man. My wife would say, you know, that I've been very consistent my personality, my temperament, like who I am, how I am in church, how I am around my family, how I am around her family and friends or whatever. I've always been consistent. Just my kryptonite, my weakness has been my temper, my zeal and my temper. Yeah.
I'm consistently inconsistent, and I'm trying to change that. You know what I'm saying?
Praise
yeah.
God. Oh,
I have the same thing as you. The temper thing, I got it from my family. I know that came down from my grandpa, but that's something that I've always wrestled with, man. And you know, just recently too, been studying a lot of stuff and just the way that certain types of positivity, right? Like just in that time of frustration, really taking that step back and thinking about something good, or really counting your blessings in that time. It really rewires your mind. And I say that because I come from a place of 3 years ago. This wasn't an issue. My job put me through so much stress these past 2 years. I had this gay manager who was a psychopath who ended up stealing like $20,000 from the company. But like to get that done, he caused mayhem and just disarray and constantly had me in this state of like fight or flight. Got this manager who is here. I was in fight and flight for the last like 3 months because he was trying to write me up on stuff because he feels I speak too much. That's me. I'm gonna put my opinion out there. I got this job for a reason, you know. And so we just got a most improved property of the year, and so he's kindly cooled down a little bit, and we had a conversation.
So you're in construction also?
I do maintenance.
You do maintenance. All right, cool.
Yeah. But so pretty much, I'm now at this point where I'm like, okay, the trials and tribulations over these last few years have caught up to me. You know, I have battle wounds that I really need to make sure that I'm good, because my family doesn't always get the best version of me after work. And that's something that really has heavily convicted me, like phone usage. Oh my goodness, dude. I'm trying so hard to just kind of stay away from this, but everything revolves around it these days. And so I'm at this part now where it's like, all right, yeah, I know what I need to do. Give me the strength to do it. Give me the strength to do it. You know, so I feel you on that, my bro.
Hey, but what you said too, Jayo, is that, you know, sitting back counting your blessings. Like, why do you think David wrote so many Psalms, bro?
Exactly.
Look what that man's life was like, bro. And he did nothing but praise Yah through it. It's not like he handled it perfectly either. We got the witness of it. No, he did not. But overall, that's a man who knew what the right thing to do was, which was to sit back and praise Yah when you're going through the storm. So just wanted to add that real quick, because that's right.
Hey, and that's my testimony too, man, is that James 1:2, that count it all joy. You already know, Jay, but D, that's something right there that has always hit my mind. Like whenever I go through stuff, like if there's any verse that stuck out to me the most in the entirety of scripture, is James 1:2. You know, count it all joy when you fall into various trials. You know, working of your faith produces endurance. And I learned that, you know, the race isn't given to the strong. It's given to those who stick with him and endure through it all. And so, yeah, I got to say, some people have that path and like that story where it's like, oh yeah, you know, and stuff's good. Nah, that's never really been my story. It's riddled with constant trials and tribulations that I have to praise through. But I'm also realizing that I've went through a lot of stuff because people that I know don't have to. I could share these sorts of wisdom and stuff like that. And so I've kind of been like a crash dummy is what it feels like. But, you know, all glory to Yah. I was an idiot and I was a crash dummy in the streets. So, you know, why not be one as a bondservant? You know, I got to remind myself that as I'm saying this, I'm like,
you're preaching to yourself.
Where was this last week at work? Who is this guy? Who is this guy? I'm going to go home and the wife's going to be like, yeah. I'm going to hold you to all.
Yeah. For sure. No, it really helps having good people around you too. Definitely makes the world of a difference, having the right men around you that could keep like challenging you in those areas of weakness, and you know, in a healthy way, sometimes in a tougher way if it needs it. But I think
that's Jay and Bobby. They hold.
I was just gonna say that's Jayo and me and Jayo. He do that when I'm going through something and I'll be doing, you know, in that mode of just anger, whatever. He'll just tell me the thing that I'm like, yeah, I already know, bro. And he's like, I know you already know, but that's what you needed to hear. And I'll do the same thing for him. And
hey, I gotta say, Nino too. I can't leave Nino out, bro.
Nino too. Yep.
Hey, Nino be on it too, bro. Like, just what it is. It's cool though, bro. Oh yeah, my bad. I'll segue away from the music.
Yeah, I wanted to segue into music. I want to geek out. So again, real quick in the chat. So I'm really bad at this, haven't done this in a long time, and we do have a lot of comments. You know, we've been having a lot of people visiting, but wife, I don't know if you're still in here or not, but if you see any comments that are worth highlighting, can you just copy and paste that for me and highlight while I'm continuing to talk. I do want to take a moment and show some love to the people in the chat. There's been a lot of comments in here. Praise Yah. So thank you everybody who's been joining us live. I know it's a last minute thing. If I was to like promote this ahead of time, there will be more participation, I'm sure, but I'm learning all this too, man. You know what I'm saying? This ain't, I'm not used to this. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, it's one of those things, bro. Whoever's here at this time, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It is.
No, but I'm trying to, I do want to build that like interaction with my audience. So I want to have something for them to look forward to feel like they're part of it. You know what I mean? And I think the live streams are a way to do that. And so I'm gonna work on it. Hey, an accomplishment for me was I was able to actually advertise, even though it was probably 30 minutes or so. I successfully was able to work Zoom and YouTube and do the whole behind the scenes stuff. That was some complicated stuff.
Hey, that's dope.
In my opinion, it was more complicated than what ChatGPT made it seem. They're like, yeah, just go here, the settings. I was like, bruh, your buttons are missing from this menu you told me to go to.
Oh, I can't stand the AI.
Yeah. So let's dig a little into music now.
Yeah, man.
Your journey with music. You said you've been writing. I heard you mention within your testimony that you've always been writing. I think you were writing some stuff. But if you could nail your age, at what age were you really starting to write and really getting into like rapping and stuff?
Hey, I was in 7th grade. My uncle Randall ran. We hopped on the 10. We rode straight down to waxing tracks, which is a little like a hole in the wall.
I thought you was about to start rapping right now. It sounded like you was about to start spitting. Yeah. I was like, wait, he got a testimony of what he said.
Yeah, maybe one day, yeah. But nah, we're riding this 10 when we go down to waxing tracks, which is like just a little hole in the wall, like little legendary spot where you go find like old records and CDs, and like it's like it's been downtown for as long as I know. And we go, and he picks up a Jizza Liquid Swords. Bro, I ain't never heard that. I remember sitting on that bus, bro, with them headphones on. He had one, you know, it's the ones. And so he had one like this, and it's looped, and I'm listening to the other one. And I just remember hearing that intro, and then the beat drop. And then the MCs came to live out the name and to perform some head, you know what I mean? And I just remember being captivated by this sound. Like I grew up on Death Row and Dog Pound and stuff like that, and Tupac with my dad, and like that's all different. This was something where it was like the beats weren't something where it was supposed to be hard. It was more like,
what genre was this?
This is hip hop. This is Wu-Tang.
But like what? Oh, Wu-Tang? Okay.
Yeah. So when I heard this, I heard like the beats, and I'm like,
so this is Southern, right? This is Southern. This is Southern.
This East Coast. This is
East Coast. Okay, yeah.
Hey, my favorite rapper of all time is from where you're at, bro. Redman's number one.
Oh, Redman, yeah. Redman, Method Man, all that.
But so I hear this Liquid Swords, bro, and I just remember going to his house, and we draw and we'd practice boxing and stuff like that, and we was just listening to this album on repeat, and it changed how I looked at music. I no longer liked all of this. I mean, I liked this stuff because it's what was out there, but I had an infatuation with this underground grimy sound that like wasn't highly produced, that was real, just raw. You know what I'm saying? And that was the start. I remember riding my bike down to Independent Records off of Colfax in Ogden. It was in the rain. I picked up Redman Malpractice, and I just was listening. And you know something is that when I listen to music, the beats have never really been something that like it needs to be there. Like it's a good addition, but the words and the lyrics and how people put words together, like there's the ABC rhyme schemes, but then there's the stuff where it switches up and all that. Like you get into Big Pun, and he's using like, you know, triple entendres and stuff like that. And I'm listening to all this stuff, and I'm like, this is dope. And so in jail, I started writing music just out of, I'm bored, let me just write stuff. And it wasn't bad, you know, it wasn't bad. And all my homeboys knew that I'd freestyle, and like we'd go to parties and like, oh, you can't out rap my homeboy. Hey, Jake, get over here. Get over here. And I'm stumbling over off, you know. And next thing you know, it's a circle of people. Somebody's rapping at me that I don't even know. And I'm like, okay, do I walk away? No, that's not an option. I'm on Front Street. So every single time I just start spitting, and it became this thing where like that's just what I was good at.
Are on a scale of 1 to 10, if it comes to freestyling, where do you think you're at? 10 being good, like really good.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Just if a beat comes on that I like, I'm like, I could spit to it, but like
freestyle is hard, man. That takes a lot of your brain's like either I don't know how these people do it. Either they're rapping stuff they've written before, or they're really just quick off the dome, right?
It's
like
it's a mix. It's a mix.
I'm like, hold up.
Keep it real here. You hear freestyle lines that have like bars in it, like real heavy bars. For a lot of times, somebody done already wrote that, and it popped up, and it's come to a part where, oh, I can put this in play because it rhymes with this. That's what I've seen from most people. But don't get me wrong, like me and
there are a few of those who are talented.
Yeah, me and my homeboys would be walking and just toss on a beat, and none of us drove except for my homeboy Tanner. So when he wasn't driving, we were walking everywhere, riding these buses. And I remember me and Leon would just he'd have one headphone in, and we'd be walking all close to each other. So and like, bro, we'd just be rapping. We'd just be making up songs, rapping over whatever we could. I remember like Rage Against the Machine would come on. We'd even rap to that, like, you know. And so when it comes to freestyling, it's there. It's not something I practice though.
Yeah.
I used to.
I think the definition of freestyling is even changed because, like you were saying, somebody will upload a freestyle just because it doesn't have a structure to it. Now all of a sudden, if it's a song without a structure, it's a freestyle. But back when me and Jayo started, you know, because we're roughly the same age, coming up like that, freestyling meant you had never written to this at all, and you were just off the top.
That's what I know as freestyle. Yeah, that's what I know as freestyle.
Yeah. Nowadays, most freestyles really are not freestyles.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's just what it is. But hey, I do like hearing a good beat and just seeing what I can come up with and just spit. And like that's honestly how every single song that I do starts off. Like I don't have this process to like where I can I have to be driving and I have to be listening to the music really loud. And I have to feel the beat. And that's just how it starts. And every single song that I've done starts off with freestyling. Like the hooks that I do, that's literally how it starts. I sit there and like with In the Rue, like I'm sitting there and I'm like just bobbing to it. And I had just got done bumping Beloved Daoud's album at the time. And I was just like, he's got some bar game. Like I could spit, but I don't be doing bars like that. Let me see what's good. And I'm like, I'm hearing it and I'm like, living water in the Rue. And I'm like trying to figure it out. And I'm like, that's a big drip. And I'm like, big drip. I'm like, hold on. Living water in the road, that's a big drip. And Bobby has all these messages of me trying to make this hook, just sending it to him in text message form. It was funny because it was like several different versions of it too before the final. But that all came by just freestyling. I was actually in Texas at the time, and I had all my studio stuff at the hotel with me. And yeah, I was just messing around. I had hours to kill, and so I was like, "Yo, let's see what comes out."
Let me go to these chats real quick. My wife typed in from Jess, "How about y'all write a song right now together?"
Hey, look. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Yeah,
it's gonna happen.
I'm in the process of doing a song with Bobby Thornz.
Oh, bro, I can't wait to hear it.
Yo, what's a nice BPM that you like, Jayo? What's a nice BPM?
Hey,
I'm sure
you gotta find out just how retarded your boy is. Jay's over there like, oh,
Jay.
I was waiting for this, bro. Because I was like, yo,
what's his BPM, Jay?
He likes the fast beats, bro. He likes the fast beats.
No. Yeah. What's fast? 100 BPM? What?
What's the one that we did?
I don't know BPMs. I don't know none of that. I barely know how to count bars, bro. Like I am somebody who doesn't know a whole lot. I can just do something that y'all's given me to do. I'm not even like that good at much else in life. But like when it comes to this music stuff, he's given me something, and I do recognize that because people tell me that, but it's not something I see in myself. It's from like what other people have confirmed. You know what I'm saying? Like, I pull my laptop out of the closet. I pull all my stuff out the closet, put the little MIDI right here, my little audio box. Hey, and I don't know if you checked the chat. I lost my Chaotica eyeball. ASAP gave me a Chaotica eyeball when I was out in Texas, bro. I left that in the Uber. I bought a $30 one and I've been using it for 4 years. So I have the most basic setup. I don't even do much when it comes to messing with stuff, dude. I just get in there, I lay tracks out. You know what I mean? I don't know anything else. Jay, Bobby, these guys are the ones who are like, honestly, they guide me in this because I don't know nothing. And it's not even that like I don't want to know it, dude. It doesn't stick. It doesn't stick. Oh, that's you. Where's everybody at? Hey, at the end of this, we could do a cipher.
Yo,
we can.
I got so much stuff in here, man. I could play
pop Bobby in here. Pop Bobby in here, and I'll get the.
I say that's a good BPM though, right, Jayo? You like that BPM? You like that speed?
I can do whatever if as long as I can get to it, I could do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's funny. He asked me how I do my tracks, and I remember I told him, and he was like, "What?" And I was like, "Yeah, dog." He's like, "Wait, are you serious?" I was like, "Yeah, that's all I do."
Bro, I mentioned like a basic setting to change.
Hey, yo, real quick.
And he was.
I need a bathroom. I need a bathroom break, y'all.
You
hear chick chatting? Hold the line for me. Hold the line.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah, it was so funny though when I asked you to change that setting, bro. You were just like, I don't even remember what it was. One of the most basic, like 101 type settings. And you were just like, yeah, I don't know what that is. And I'm like, what do you mean you don't know what that is? How have you been recording this whole time? And you're like, well, I take the beat, I put it in, I press record. I think I asked you to like send me. Yeah, I said, yo, you can just change that one part. And you were like, no, I can't. I have to redo the whole thing. I was like, what do you mean? And you're like, I don't know how to just change the one part. I was like, no shot, bro.
You know what's so funny about that too is that it hasn't gotten any better. Like it's still the exact same. I've taken 0 steps to get better at that.
I mean, at the end of the day, I guess you feel like you don't have to because like it's still getting done, right? So it is what it is. It's still coming out with good music. So I guess if it works for you, it works for you. You know what I mean?
That's all Bobby and all y'all with me, bro. Like that's just what it is. This thing about to die. I'm about to move this over here right quick.
Oh, you good?
Got me up here at the office. It's the only place where it was quiet enough. I didn't want to make the family be quiet. That's rude.
Yeah, I'm upstairs. I got everybody else downstairs. But yeah. No, I mean, I think when it comes to like, you know, that art though of coming from that place where you would just freestyle at parties and just entertain the boys and everybody just hanging around. I think that's not a thing that people really even think about doing anymore. And so I'm not trying to put us on a pedestal at all, but I'm saying we are from a pretty special generation when it comes to making music because we really were doing it with nothing. Like I've definitely recorded in closets with shoeboxes around the mic. And that kind of stuff doesn't happen anymore because now it's all so readily available. You could just Amazon everything for less than $200 and have yourself a full, pretty professional setup. You couldn't do that back then, bro.
Pray Against the Machine. I recorded in 4 to 5 days in Zeal's basement.
Mm-hmm.
I was over there every day, just knocking this out. It had come to the point where my procrastination was so bad that Mike was like, "Yo, we need to put this out," and I was like, "All right, let me do this." Knocked it out. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's funny. It's so funny. Hey D, I don't know if you caught that, but
no, I missed some goodies. So please,
yeah, he legit hit me up. I'll let you tell it, Jay.
Yeah, go ahead, Jay.
Oh yeah, so I don't remember like what it was. It was a basic like 101 type set. Like if you've ever used a DAW, you would probably know this, like any DAW. And it was like how to re-record one part of a song that we were working on or whatever. And I was like, oh, you just re-record that. He's like, I gotta go re-record the whole thing tomorrow. And I'm like, no, you don't. It's just that one part. And he was like, oh yeah, but I gotta re-record the whole. I'm like, what do you mean you gotta re-record? He's like, I don't know how to do just the one part. I was like, no way, bro. You've made entire albums how do you not know? I just couldn't believe it, bro. And he's like, no, I don't know how.
What part?
My
What do you mean?
process,
Like
a
vocals?
part in a verse. Yeah, a
Like
part in a verse, his
vocals?
vocals. Yeah,
So he
one
wants
part of a vocal.
So he wants the whole vibe. Like, because the thing is,
No,
like,
no, it's not. No, it's not that he wanted the whole
what is
vibe.
it?
I'm not kidding. This man didn't know how to just re-record the one part. He had to re-record the entire verse. Like he
Hey,
didn't know how to just do the one part, like do a
here's
punch in or something like that. It was something along those lines. And I couldn't
here's the
believe, I was
funniest
like, no
thing.
way, you messing
What
with
was
me,
the
bro.
reason though?
That
What
was
was the
this
reason?
past
Because he
summer.
legit just didn't know.
Bro,
He
that
just
was this
did,
past
yeah.
summer. That was this.
Ask him. He still don't know how to do it.
Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know how. I just go in there and I just do what I do. Dude, you're gonna laugh, D. Hey, up until this past year, I never owned a recording software. I had all bootleg stuff. I had everything bootlegged. I
All
had
right.
somebody
Yeah.
else's everything, bro. So I couldn't save projects. I couldn't save a project and come back to work. Anytime I recorded, it was like a grievous task where I'd have to get it all right within that session. You know what I'm saying? Or I wasn't doing it. And so music had come to this place for me where I was like, oh yeah, I just wrote something dope. But dang, I gotta go record it. And now I'm gonna set this time aside. And anytime I hear something I do, I never like it. You know, it's just how I am. And so then I'm redoing it and redoing it. And yeah, up until My Wesson was the first track that I recorded
Oh
where
yeah.
I'll actually go back and mess with it. You know, and
Yeah,
My Wesson,
that's what it was. It was the software
Jayo,
issue, but yeah.
yeah,
where's your content at, Jayo?
YouTube.
So you have a YouTube channel,
I just
or is
put
it
like,
on other people's channels?
oh, dude, whoever I'm on a track with, they could pop it on theirs. I just put it in my
But you
little
do more
collab.
features. You're more featured right now.
Well, so here's the thing: is that I happen to just be connected with people. It's something that y'all's always done. I've just known people, and I started studying in 2020 with was it Yahuwah's Remnant, which has like Dimitri Pruitt, Yum, and a whole lot of them
Dimitri
brothers in
Pruitt.
there.
Yeah. I know Dimitri.
So I linked up with them cats because I got a homeboy out here. He would go by the name of Kafa, and we used to go to a Messianic synagogue together. And he turned away from all that and started keeping like, you know, more Hebrew roots. And so I had a homeboy that I was doing ministry with, and he's like, yo, I saw a guy at Walmart who had the same logo, the Yahuwah on his hat, man. And I'm like, oh, what's up? What's his name? And he sends me his Facebook. I said, hey, that's my homeboy. I said, I ain't talked to him in like 3 years. So I hit him up. Next thing you know, bro, every Shabbat we're in there like 6 hours with these people, you know, 3 different praise times throughout the thing. Like we was just enjoying it. And I was always like a fly on the wall. I was very quiet. Hated when they call me to read. Like I was just not that guy.
Yeah.
And so I just built connections with people, and I found people that I liked their music, and like I really wasn't doing a whole lot, but I hit people up like, hey, bro, that's dope. You know what I mean? And next thing you know, I got people that rock with me. You know what I'm saying? And so when it comes to this whole music stuff, like people have been like, hey, well, I want you on this track. And I'm like, cool, as long as I could rap on a beat. And then how much you charge? I ain't gonna charge you nothing. Let's just build, you know, but because I don't want to charge nobody for nothing like that. I also don't want to do music with people that I don't rock with. Like I'm an exclusive person. I only rock with who I rock with. That may not work for a lot of people, but it works for me. And I learned some lessons. My last project, that Pray Against the Machine, I'm not a numbers guy, but like for an album that like I had never done any of this, it got over like 60,000 views on like Spotify, which that's just one streaming service alone. So that kind of showed me like, hey, there's some reach there. That's how Jay knows me.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's how I met him. I heard that album and I reached out to him and Mike, the other guy on the album, and they both hit me back up, and we've been ox ever since, bro.
Nice.
Bros ever since. Yeah.
What was I gonna say too is I'll send you that album later, bro. So I found out that this cat never put anything under my name, never shared nothing with me, and removed the project and hit me with copyright infringement when I posted it on my channel after he left the faith.
Yeah.
So it's terrible, but in this time period, we get invited to Hebrew Fest 2023. And he's like, oh, you gonna be there? And I'm like, yeah. I said, yeah, you gonna be there too, bro. I said, be prepared to get on stage. And he was like, he didn't believe me. He did not.
Yeah, he's telling me this.
Hey, Adam called us. Lyndon hit us up like a week before it started, and we're like, hey, how can we get you out here? I'm like, I'm poor. Pay my way. That's all I need. just get me out there. I don't even need money, dude. Just get me out there. I just want to go for that experience and be around more believers. And he don't live too far. And I told him straight up, I said, hey, you're getting up there with us.
Nice.
And nobody knew it until we pulled up. And I'm like, yeah, nah, my boy's rocking with us. Hey, I had just physically met Jay too.
Yeah.
So y'all met online first. Y'all knew each other over the internet waves.
Yeah, I'd say about like 6 months. We were talking for like probably 6 months or so before Hebrew Fest. And then they told me they were going to Hebrew Fest, him and Mike, the other dude. And then I'm like, they're like, you want to go? And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go. I was just planning on going to be just a the audience member, right? And then he hits me up like, yeah, I don't know, like a week before, and he's like, no, you're gonna be on stage. And I was like, did you clear it with them and everything? And he's like, no, don't worry about that, because that's what that's Jayo's style right there. Yeah. And then so we get there and I get on stage, I do a little something. And that was under my previous stage name. I don't want to take away, this is still Jayo's thing time.
No, you're good. We're freestyling,
that,
bro. It's good.
Okay. Yeah, that was under my previous stage name, which was just Jacob. And I changed that because I found out a secular artist had the same name. And he was doing some real bad stuff. And I was like, I don't want somebody accidentally Googling that, coming across this guy. And that happened.
Jake, what did you just post on YouTube, dude? The whole world's seen it. He's like,
yeah, right. And so that was, and that actually happened too. Like the next year I went back to Hebrew Fest and somebody was like, man, I tried to find you. I found some weirdo. And I was like, yeah, that's why it's Jay Tzaddik now. This ain't nobody's but mine now. So, but anyway, I hit him up and they hit me up and we went and did the show and it was really dope. And yeah, we just been close ever since, bro. And did the next Hebrew Fest, and Jayo wasn't able to make it to that one, but both rocked this last one. It was really dope. It's been a good time, man.
So what I was trying to get at was, Jayo, it seems like your thing has been more for now. You've been more of like a featured artist on songs. You haven't really had your own thing going yet.
Yeah, because I've been lazy.
Yeah. It takes effort, it takes scheduling, it takes organization, blah blah blah, all that stuff. Yeah. I mean, the first steps are,
well,
I don't know if you get your music first or get to channels first.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I did pray against the machine with, hey, this might be my only project. You know what I'm saying? Like that was the heart that I went into it with.
Okay.
When it blew up and stuff, I was like, cool, I'm gonna do more. And I had lots of plans.
Yeah.
But it's almost like everything that I had planned, I was like, nah, we're gonna wait a second. Like I did a few tracks with my boy ASAP Preach. He's a pretty known artist and stuff like that. But he put me on my first track that I was ever on. And so we had a few tracks and we had a little project that we was all going to do. And then things happened. And I just started noticing that he was setting me apart. You know what I mean? And that the season that I wanted to do music was more for my growth because I need it. Like, I'm not the most refined person. You know, I'm trying my best. It's
actually good not to get into music too prematurely quickly.
Yeah.
It's good to work on you.
Yeah, man. And so y'all honestly was tugging on me, and I battled like insecurity inside of like, I don't like this, you know. And then like it honestly took brothers like Jay and Bobby to be like, no, dude, like you're gonna do this. And I'm like, you know what? All right, I got y'all. I've been more of a featured artist because I have a project that I want to plan. And I have songs already like halfway recorded for it and stuff, but when it's gonna be a small project. Okay. But
all I do is release singles right now.
My thing, my thing is I love making music with my boys.
Yeah.
Like I can make a track by myself and it's cool, but there's something about making music with your boys. Like, and so I've been vibing, and it's kind of my like always been like a heart of mine. Like, hey, we're all together. Like not one of us is left out. Like I don't care. You know what I'm saying? That's just how I am. You know what I mean? Like if I get invited,
I still think y'all could have that. Y'all could still have that with you performing the track, but with them in the credits of maybe the lyrical content session. No. You know what I mean?
I write
it's all possible.
I don't, but I'm the type of person, bro. I love writing it all myself. You know what I mean? Like you could ask Jay. Like we throw around at each other. It's just how I am. You know what I mean? But
I've even thrown him like lines before. He'll send me something and I'll give him a line. And he's like, "Yo, that's a really dope line. I'm not gonna use it though because you said it and I didn't.
It's just how I am. It's just how I am. It's
what
just
I
how I
what I meant, what I was meaning to say is, you seem like you're surrounded by a good group where you can do your own tracks. Is
Oh,
basically
yeah.
what I was trying to get at. You know, you're surrounded by a good team. It seems like you have what it takes. You know.
Man, I appreciate that.
Yeah. You're
My
very
heart,
talented. I heard some of your stuff. I heard the lay him down, you
laying
know,
down.
and
Lay
just
'em down.
yo,
That was hard.
you're a very talented
Appreciate that.
rapper, man, for sure. And
Hey,
then
always
what you did at Hebrew Fest, even when you got up there with Lyndon, you know what I mean? When you got up there, the way you was rapping, I was like, yeah, he's got
Hey,
a good style that's needed out there.
Hebrew Fest this past year showed me something. I pulled up to Hebrew Fest an empty vessel. I didn't have much to give out besides music. The amount of stuff that I was going through, like I needed that to see community. I needed to
Yeah.
see that, hey, like I'll be honest with you, bro. Like we swapped that last set so that homeboy could catch the flight back so he didn't violate Sabbath. So we copped that late set. So we was really supposed to be on a little bit earlier. I was exhausted. Bobby's day, his trials of even getting there was wild, Joe. Like something you don't know is I was supposed to pick Bobby up. Hey, bro, I make it 20 miles is away from a ancient path.
Yeah.
My serpentine belt snaps on my car. Hey, bro,
Dang.
check this out. A U-turn pulled into the little was it O'Reilly's or something like that. They were like, "Oh, it'll be here tomorrow." I'm like, "Nah, tomorrow's Sabbath." I said, "I'll be back to pick that up on Sunday." Hey, bro, my car's still powered up. I made it back 20 miles with no serpentine belt. That's bro. That things don't function. You know, and I'm sitting there holding this steering wheel with two hands, thinking that okay, I might have to power turn this at some point. Nah, hey, the power turned off as I parked the car there, and then they drove out to get Bobby. So when Bobby got there, we're sitting there trying to rush. We're like, dang, we have an hour to get this all together. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I had never like, I was like at that point where I'm like, dang, this is gonna be cool. Yah's got us. I'm tired. He's gonna give me what I need. And so when I got up there, man, just to see how many people actually showed love is something that I really needed to see because I'm alone out here. I got a few homeboys and stuff, and I know Jay and a lot of other believers feel the exact same way where they're at and stuff. And when you're around that community, it's a whole different feeling. And all of a sudden, what I've done mattered. You know what I'm saying? Like people are singing these songs that, bro, I ain't put out music consistently in years. And so for these people to still be rocking with me on that level, you know, in the music game, like you stop putting out stuff, bro, you fade. And I'm the type of person I'm
Bye.
cool with fading.
Yeah.
And I'm cool with fading away
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I like the underground. That's where my
Yeah.
heart is. But I seen the love and I felt the love, and it just showed me how much neglect I had put in towards what Yah has told me to do. Not just like, hey, I want you to do this. I'm not good for much else. Like that's just what he's given me, and I accept that. You know what I mean? So I'm at this point now where we've been busting out a lot. We've been busting out a lot.
Word.
We got stuff with Jay, Nino, Bobby. Like there's a lot in the works right now, and it's dope. I'm just grateful for where Yahoo has brought us.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, man.
Jay Tzaddik, so you seem to be the music nerd. So you seem to be the music nerd. I want to chop
a little bit.
I want to chop it up with you a
That's
little.
okay. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go do it, bro. I want to chop it up with you a little bit. I am running out of time. My little 6-year-old is begging for me. He's like,
"Oh,
hey,
you
done
good?
yet?
Yeah, absolutely."
But I want to chop it up with you a little bit, and I want to get to these comments real quick. Let me work my way. Let me see. I'm gonna go up a little bit. Let me see. I gotta go. Wow. Yeah, I definitely need a moderator of some sort.
To highlight some of them,
future. Yeah. Wow, there's so many cool comments. Gosh. Where is it at? All right, down here. Let's go, because I started asking my wife to highlight some stuff, and she did. She said, okay, we'll do, but there were no questions. Okay, cool. So there were no questions on the comments, so we didn't skip any questions. She said, oh, one question was, how is Sean Griffin would hurry up and get Lighthouse up and fully running? I don't know. Let me see.
That's like a social media thing that they were doing.
Let's see. Just trying to see where that came from. Where is that? Where is that? Trying to scroll up to see the original. I don't see it. Is that Sean Griffin from
Kingdom in Context?
Kingdom in Context? So was it he asked the question? Is that what it was?
I don't. Was he?
One question was
no.
Somebody else. I guess my wife didn't tell me who asked. How is Sean Griffin? I don't know how to answer that. I don't know what that question is about. Do you know what that question is about?
I mean, the Lighthouse thing he was doing is like a social media thing that was amongst a bunch of different Torah observant believers and channels. It was a thing he was doing that had a beta going. I don't know if they ever got the full product out. That's all I know about it.
All right, yeah. I haven't been a Kingdom in Context kind of guy. I think people on my channel know why.
Oh, I know. I know.
But
I've seen it.
I was gonna show some respect and see what the question was about.
Sure.
All right. Next was the Jess. She was telling us to do some. All right. Somebody said this was amazing to be a part of, to watch brothers huddle up and share things that build the confidence to the next play's strategy to who we're all truly fighting against together. Love and praise. Love and prayer, brothers. Cool.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. And then that's it. It's all Lighthouse is a YouTube-ish, Facebook, Patreon, all together in one. Okay. Love the collaboration, D. Praise Yah. That's my boy Sam. What up, Sam? My drummer. He's over there now with you guys. And,
was he the one that was out there at Hebrew Fest?
Yeah, and he's actually out there with H and Pass now. He's actually
okay.
Been drumming, I think.
Cool. Sam is a cool brother.
Yeah, he's very, very loyal.
He was cool.
Very good brother. So real quick, I just want to chop it up with you music wise, man. What are you using?
Yeah.
What's your equipment? What you got?
I got the same thing that I put my boy Syncere on to the Audio Technica, the AT2020. I got this little thing around it. Okay. I got my carpeted room in here, so it's pretty mute up already. Yes, sir. Right there.
I actually cut mine because I was using I actually do prefer this condenser mic better for my voice. The MXL 990.
Okay.
So it's fatter. It's much fatter.
Yeah.
Right. So I cut this up so it'll fit tight around this
so
one.
It'll fit in there, right?
But now, recently, I bought the AT2020, and it's like too skinny, so it's super loose.
Dude, and it's such a good for the dollar for the dollar
$100, right? $100.
Yo, $100. And I mean, you can't beat it for $100, bro. You just can't. And then for my headphones, I also have the Audio Technicas.
Oh, cool.
And then for my interface, I'm rocking the PreSonus, the Studio 24C. It kind of came in a package with the DAW. Studio One is my DAW, and then it came with the interface. And then so I've just been rocking with that since I think 2023, when maybe before the first Hebrew Fest. And I want to upgrade the interface a little bit. Also thinking about getting a different DAW, but I'm so limited on my knowledge already on mixing and mastering, and I'm good with this DAW right now. I feel like taking that leap to a different one is not something I want to do right now, nor do I have the time to do it. I just don't. I work, my wife works, we have a 9-year-old daughter. I don't have the time to do all that. I barely have the time to get in here and record. So it is what it is. But yeah, that's what I'm rocking with right now. And I just got, a little PC that can handle it all. And yeah.
Awesome. And so you've been mixing and mastering, yes? Mixing.
Yeah,
you've been recording as well, because you record your own stuff. You rap.
Yeah.
You have your own channel. I subscribe to yours.
Appreciate it, bro. Praise Yah. Yeah. I've been not as diligent as I should be at posting on there. I'm kind of like you were saying earlier, where I'm really bad at the promotion on social media. You didn't say you were bad, but you said maybe you could improve.
It's a grind.
I'm bad at
it's
it.
Definitely
I'm bad at it, bro. I'm not good at it. I need to be better at it. I've done some promotion videos and stuff for my people at Sanctified Supply Co. on my TikTok and stuff. I need to do more for my music.
Hey, it'd be weird doing them videos.
It's weird. It's a little weird, but I mean, I just need to do them. I need to promote, and I need to put up my latest project. It's not on YouTube. It's called Seasons. Oh, praise yeah, bro. Appreciate it. But that one's on Spotify and Apple. I got Spotify, Apple, all the
It's
big
the right
ones.
channel,
So
right?
that is the right channel. Yes,
All
sir.
right, cool. So I'm gonna copy and paste this into the chat.
Yeah, appreciate that, man. Yeah, I plan on putting some more stuff on there. I had gone through this whole process, bro, where I made lyric videos for all of my new EP, the 4-song EP that I did, and I made all these lyric videos, put like 2 hours into doing it, and then it was telling me that I was using features that were only on premium because apparently I was signed into the wrong account on CapCut and all this nonsense. I couldn't export them. I was like, bro, you killing me, bro. So all that effort went down the drain, dude.
I just learned that 2 weeks ago, the CapCut stuff.
Mhm.
When I was doing that, I learned I had to buy it to export it.
If you're using some of the like some of the effects are not free. Some of the effects are from the premium.
You know the workaround? You want to know the workaround I did?
Yeah, absolutely. I want to know.
I looked for the old version of CapCut online and I uninstalled CapCut. I uninstalled it because it changed after a certain update. It changed. There's an older version. I forgot what year it is. You might have to like Google it or search it.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
There was an older version of CapCut that allowed you to use more things. But after a certain upgrade, now it has to be premium in order for you to use certain effects. So yeah, I stick with and every time it says update, I don't update that thing.
Nope. Yeah, we ain't having that. Nope. Yeah, and I mean, I've done some stuff. I've had some success with it. Like on my YouTube channel, there is one music video from a song I did back around that Hebrew Fest 23 time that I made. We recorded it on my iPhone at Kentucky Kingdom. It's like a Six Flags type place that we got to go to through a friend, and we were there. I wasn't planning on doing it, and I was like, you know what? Let's record a music video here. I think a roller coaster in the background, that might be cool. I think some of these backgrounds might be cool. So we recorded it on the iPhone and I edited it on my phone on the way to Feast of Tabernacles 2023. In that whole drive, I'm just editing this music video. So that whole music video is done like exclusively on iPhone. This ain't a shout out to iPhone, but I'm saying it turned out pretty cool. I think it was all right, for my first one. So I can do stuff like that when I have the time, when I have the motivation to do it, because sometimes mixing and mastering will burn me out real bad. Like recording is easy in a sense. Mixing and mastering will burn me out, bro. So for me, that's been the struggle for me. But it's gone good. I think like if you go look at the song Let 'Em Burn that I did back in 2023, that song was good. It was cool. I think it's acceptable still, but then you go look at my latest project, I think like mixing and mastering I've definitely gotten better at. I've got more of an ear for, and so I'm at a level now where I'm like, I'm satisfied with where I'm at. I would love my boy Bobby Thornz to do more of my stuff for me, but it is what it is. Financially, I'm at a place where I can afford to have my stuff and do it myself. I'm not really at a place right now where I'm able to pay somebody else to do it. And so that was what motivated me in the first place to learn to mix and master. I got songs I want done. I can't afford to send it to an engineer right now. Let me just learn to do it myself. And that's what I did. And yeah, praise yeah. I mean, it turned out pretty good. I know he led me through that because I'm not a very patient person. And so he gave me the patience to learn how to do that, because without him, I would have just been like 2 minutes in. What's that? Forget this, bro, and walk away. Because I'm just not a patient man, dude. I'm just not.
It's definitely an art. It is a talent. It is a craft, like anything. If you're a carpenter, you're not gonna learn stuff like just in one shot, bro. You're talking about years of experience trying to be thrown in a few minutes. But like, so it's something you try to get the basics. Like, give me the basics. There's an answer I need right now. I need to know how to do this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
As you start watching bigger things, bigger videos, like I've watched like real big time producer. Like anytime a free thing could be given out, I was really close to purchasing Mix with the Masters. I was real close to getting a monthly subscription to Mixing with the Masters so I could watch like these real pros. But I'm like, I don't even got the equipment they have. Like, I don't even know if I want to, you know what I'm saying? I'm good with what I've learned. There's some big YouTube channels that I've learned a lot from, and I just stuck with that, just trying to master, just listening to their stuff over and over and just learn it. But I got a question for you, Jay.
I know you know what you're talking about. Yeah, go ahead.
I got a question for you. real quick before I get out of here. Why is there not a release tab on your YouTube channel for your music?
Because
are you
I don't know what that is.
well, let me let you know. So you need to have like an artist account, right? You need to have an artist account. The way that I did it, and it's very low budget. I mean, we're talking about like $20 a year through DistroKid.
That's what I do.
Sign up with DistroKid, and they will link up your YouTube channel with DistroKid, and you'll have now an artist account.
Hold up, Jay.
Well, so I have DistroKid.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I have DistroKid. I must just not have linked up the YouTube page.
You gotta link it up.
I think when I tried to do it the first time, there was some sort of technical issue or whatever.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go revisit that. But because I have DistroKid, so yeah, it's
I don't know if there's a minimum requirement of something. I don't know if you gotta have a certain amount
subscribers.
I'm not sure.
Right,
I'm not sure, but I do know I did it through DistroKid because other than that, I didn't know what I was doing.
Okay. Okay.
Because before, DistroKid used to have you on a separate thing called Topic. They would have your name.
I have a topic page.
Oh, so then that's probably what's going on.
Is that I didn't know how to remove the topic page from my DistroKid. Yep.
There it is.
Hey, hold up. Am I missing it?
Yeah. There it is. 15 videos of your albums and stuff. And it gets released as like singles. Yep.
So hold on. You could remove the topic page and have that be strictly.
What it does, they had this new thing. I forgot what it was last year or the year before, where they were going to take your topic page and make it into your YouTube channel. They were going to move it all over so that you don't have a topic thing. Cause that was kind of like a whack. It was kind of like a whack thing.
I don't like the topic thing. Yeah. So now that I know that, I appreciate that, bro.
Cause I used to have Devoted to Yah topic, you know, I used to be separate as well, but now it's all on one
and because it's not a vanity thing where it's like, oh man, this topic I'm stealing my views, but it is stealing views. It is stealing views from my main channel, and it is what it is. You know what I mean? So,
but it's also convenience and how people can find you and see all your stuff.
Exactly. Yeah.
Whatever that whole thing. It does make sense. The marketing thing does make sense as much as we don't like it and we just shy away from it. We don't care about it. We just want to get the word out. But like, what good is our word if it can't be seen? So it's the marketing is just a way for you to be seen.
Yeah, that's right.
Now,
speaking of being seen though, before we jump off, I do want to just shout out something. Yeah. But
you can't be heard if you're not seen.
That's right. But I do just want to shout out something my wife does.
Oh, Paul said it. Paul said it. Apostle Paul said, how will they know
unless they hear?
Someone is sent. Unless they hear. How can they hear unless someone is sent?
That's right. Nah, for sure. But you know, me and my wife, we've done this life together for a long time. But she does these zeets that y'all might have seen on Sanctified, but they're like this. I'm trying to get in the camera. You can see she even weaves the Yod Hey Vav Hey in there, and she makes them. You can find them on Sanctified Supply Co. Or you can find them on her Instagram, which is just reminders from Yah. So she makes them. I appreciate that, bro. Praise Yah. And I mean, she puts a lot of work into them. And I'll say this, and this is no shot at anybody who's selling zeets for a certain amount. But man, some of the zeets out there, bro, be like $50-$60. And I get it. And if you feel like that's what they're worth, that's cool. But my wife does sell a set of these for 15. So awesome. You know, she makes them affordable. That's the only reason I wanted to bring it up, really, because this is a commandment that we think is really important. Man, y'all know ZZ start a lot of conversations, bro. When you're wearing them, people be like, "What are those?" And so at the end of the day, that's something that I think is important. And I'm just bragging on her for it. She's not bragging on herself for it. She never would, but she is really, really talented at it, and I appreciate it. So.
And this is shout out to Sanctified Supply.
Sanctified.com. Yes, sir.
I'm actually trying to get here with them. I had a conversation with them. I don't know what the next steps are, but I'm definitely trying to get up in here. But I definitely need to continue my marketing, my content creation. I got to get my content creation continue with that. But yeah, I had a conversation with them online. They're cool with me getting on there, and I definitely want to. I told them I'll drop my other stuff I'm doing because all I'm doing with shirts is Teespring, which I'm very disappointed in because some of my people weren't getting their shirts till months after. Some people got their shirt this month from Hebrew Fest. I was like,
oh what? Man.
So I'm dropping them, and I've been rocking with Bonfire. The thing with Teespring is I like that the fact that it's bigger. Like this shirt is a Teespring shirt. It's big. My image goes like a big space, but Bonfire it's a smaller space. So I didn't really like that. But last thing, Hebrew Fest was a learning experience for me. The way that I went there with my laptop trying to do what I do at home on stage wasn't the way it needs to be. You know, I need to give the sound man a little bit more control. I'm like, I wanted all the control, you know. So I was trying to run my book.
Funny to watch. hey, because as somebody who doesn't do any of that, I'm like, I watched y'all, bro. And I watched y'all's little breakdown when y'all was doing it up, and I was just like, this guy knows what he's doing. For real.
There was a
and
small,
I was listening to you coach people how to do stuff, and I was like, man, that's tight.
Yeah, so my laptop isn't the fastest laptop. Like if it was a Mac, I think it would have been better, or something really fast where there's like very little delay. But I have a regular laptop, so there's a slight buffer. There's a delay. There's a 256 millisecond delay, in addition to whatever plugins I put on my vocal chain, which it wasn't a lot. But I overdid it with the NS1 Waves plugin, the noise gate. The NS1, I cranked that junk all the way up because I kept getting feedback.
I'm nodding like I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know. I'm geeking out right now, Jayo.
I'm right there with
you. Your boy Jay knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So I cranked that thing all the way up, and it caused distortion in my vocal. So it sounded like I didn't like it, bro. When I heard the recording and everything, I was like, oh, what did I do? I was like, I'm not doing that again. So anyway, I bought me this. I might try this out next time I do a live gig. I used it. I used it like 2 Shabbats ago. I did a little live stream, and it's like a pedal thing, a vocal processor. You just push with buttons, and it got all kind of sound effects. It has harmony, telephone effect, robot, deep voice, child voice, a distorted voice. It has a doubler to make you sound like there's like three of you.
That's tight.
It's got the chorus effect. It's got auto tune. I don't really like the auto tune though. It's not great quality. I've been testing it out. I'm like it adds a delay. When you crank the auto tune up, now your voice is late. I'm like, that doesn't help.
Nah.
So I haven't been using that. But yeah, just something simple just to get. And then they have an enhance button. You hit that button, and it kind of like controls the S's and the P's. You know.
Yeah, it's like a sibilance. Yeah, it's like a sibilance tool. Yeah.
And a little EQ. It does a little EQ thing. You don't have a lot of control over it. You hit the button and either you like it or you don't.
Right.
And then they got a compression knob, a little compression, delay, reverb, but you can't control you can't control the echo. You can't control the timing. So
yeah.
And then they got a reverb knob, which I don't plan on using, but I don't know. I'm hoping my next time I do a live performance, it will be much cleaner than what it was for this round.
I mean, as an audience member, bro, I'll say that was a really, really dope set to listen to. And I know the things you're talking about that you hear as the artist, but we don't hear those things out in the crowd. So it turned out real good from the audience point of view for sure.
Everybody told me the same thing. Everybody told me.
Yeah.
That fire song, bro. When you hit that note. Dog, I was
refining gold. The refining gold.
Hey, I walked back to these guys and I was like, this cat just hit that note the entire time. I was like, you know how my wife was like, yeah, he's singing. I'm like, no, like that is so difficult. Like what he just did is not easy. You know what I'm saying? We didn't hear none of that mess up is what I'm trying to tell you, bro, is that it sounded great.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm 40 years old now. So, and a lot of those songs I did were a couple years ago. And my voice changed. My voice really changed. So I'm finding myself like, even the past 3 weeks, I've been practicing all those songs I've done, electronical songs. I've been practicing them on acoustic because I want to do an acoustic version. Online. So I found myself,
that would be dope.
I found myself having to drop the key a little bit, just to be in a more comfortable range right now. Because I work in construction, bro. I'm around Monaco. I'm around cement and silica and
Oh,
All the
yeah.
stuff
dust
that's
and
great for your
debris and
lungs. Yeah, it's great
everything
for
that is
you. Yeah.
absolutely horrendous. And I just been getting beat up, man. I've been getting beat up.
Man.
And it is what it is, you know. I tried, like, I cut coffee out of my diet, and I think that really helped a lot. Since I want to say like Sukkot, since like Sukkot of this year,
What did that do? What did that do for you?
So coffee is a very acidic. It's very acidic.
Oh,
You know,
right.
anything that's acidic is not gonna be good for your voices, except for like
Right.
lemon. But it can't be too much lemon. You know what I mean? That's why you get a little lemon, a little honey tea or whatever, a little ginger. But coffee was something that it wasn't good for me as a vocalist, because my coffee, I take it with a lot of sugar.
Yeah.
You know, I'm doing 4 tablespoons of sugar for a 16-ounce bottle of coffee, plus the oat milk or whatever I use, the oat milk or oak, you know, oat milk or almond milk or oat milk, either one. I would do either one. I stopped doing dairy. But like, I was just like, what can I eliminate? Because I was doing research and stuff too. Like, what can I eliminate? How can I like get my voice back to what it was? Because I'm telling you, leading up to Hebrew Fest, I was petrified, bro. Because my voice was shot. Bro, I was trying to sing some of my songs, and I had that. I was like, bro, my bass players get mad because I kept taking the key down. I was like, yo, let's take it down the key. Matter of fact, take it down 2 keys. He's like, oh, but I just practiced it in this key. Like, no.
I watched that live.
Yeah, it was hilarious. But since Hebrew Fest to even now, my voice has improved. Like I've gotten to a much, like, I've been practicing more, singing again more, been taking care, drinking the right teas and stuff. But yeah, I think eliminating the coffee was a pretty good move for me. Now I replace it with, like, I drink like a green juice, a fruit and vegetable drink in the morning.
Mess with She Legit?
What?
You ever mess with She Legit?
How you spell that?
SHILAJIT. It's what replaces coffee for me in the morning. It's fulvic acid with a bunch of minerals in it. It's really good for you.
All right, cool. I got
Yeah,
that right
check
there.
it out. Look,
right there.
I'll send you some brands, bro. You gotta check ones that are like third party tested and stuff, you know. But I'll send you some stuff. It's really good for you, bro, and it's good for detox and all that stuff.
Awesome. Praise
yeah,
God.
Man.
Yeah. I tried different things. At first I was doing the caffeine capsules, and then when I ran out of the caffeine capsules, I was getting headaches, and I was like, hell no, I don't want to be addicted to nothing, yo. So I tried something else. I tried some neuro something. I went to a vitamin shop and I went to the section with brain and energy, and I just got myself something for energy with no stimulants. So I was like, all right, let me try this, and it didn't give me that energy. So I don't know. I'm still testing it.
The She Legit's a game changer, bro.
It really is. It really is. I've tried it too. Yeah. Yeah, it's good, especially as a replacement for coffee. But no, I mean, it's cool. It's cool that you did this, bro. I appreciate it for sure, and appreciate being a part of it. And I think just even meeting you at Hebrew Fest, bro, like we had just met, and we had like 2 minutes. We were both walking in and out of the bathroom. I met you right there, and you said something. You asked me about a plug-in, and you were telling me about a plug-in, and I can't remember which one it was, to be honest with you, but we were talking about it, and like Bobby Thornz is like that too. And so I think it's cool when other artists are like this with each other about those things, not gatekeeping nothing, because that's the way that all of us get better. And if it really is for Yah at the end of the day, then that's what shows me that it is true. When you say it's really for Yah, not gatekeeping nothing, that's telling me it's true. So yeah, I appreciate that, bro. You know what I mean?
Hey, and then you got me right there who's just listening and nodding, and I'm like, oh, yeah. And
let me know. You're like, let me know when to get in there.
Absolutely no understanding on any of it, and I'm just like, cool, I'm a part of this.
You're like, yo, just give me the mic and let me record. Like, let me know when my turn is.
Yeah.
Hey, I'd be like, hey, bro, when's the beat come in, dog?
Yeah. When's the beat come in? I'll be back. Let me know when y'all ready. I'll
let me know when y'all ready, bro.
I'm like, I got 50 seconds. He's like, no, you got 16 bars. Like, yeah, that's 50 seconds.
That's about 50 seconds, right?
Well, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for joining today. Thank you for taking time out of your schedule to be on here. And I look forward to doing this again in the future. And my goal for this channel is at some point I do want to do like tutorials. I do want to show like behind the scenes mixing and mastering. I want to provide service for people, especially in Torah like us, who are talented. I believe there are people out there who are talented, can rap, can sing, can play an instrument. And I want to be one of the resources that people can go to start creating music. So this is the beginning to hopefully a beautiful thing. And I hope I'll get organized and structured enough to be consistent and see this thing bloom into what I imagine it to be, because it's all up here. I got the ideas, I got my plans, a mixture of interviews with mixing and mastering, some online schooling or mentorship type stuff. And I just want to help people make music, for Yah.
That's great, dude. Yeah, that's great. Praise Yah. That sounds good, bro.
Praise Yah. So with that, go ahead, Jayo.
Thing though, I got a message on my heart. All right. We are late in this game. Obedience is a big thing. Have grace on your brothers and sisters who aren't where you're at, who aren't pronouncing the name the exact same way as you. You know what I'm saying? Who keep Torah a little bit less here and there. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's be gracious and let's meet people where they're at, and let's stop banging on people. Like, I'm seeing a lot of division in the body. This whole Christmas thing that just took place, look, if you want to celebrate that, go have fun. You know what I'm saying? Don't try to convince others. You know what I'm saying? Like, just do your thing. Stick to your convictions. Stop getting in debates over this useless stuff. At the end of the day, we have walks to walk out. We have obedience in our own lives that we have to do. We have this, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of us have people around us who look to us for these things. And, the way that I've approached certain things on the internet, I even made a post about the Christmas stuff, just joking. And a homeboy from high school he even hit my comment. And he's like, hey, bro, I look to you for truth. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I read that and I was like, you know what? I don't Christmas. If he does and he believes that he's worshiping, let him handle that. I was there at one point too. I got drawn out of that. If Yah doesn't draw him out of that, that's between him and Yah. But his relationship with Yah, a lot of these people look to us for truth, and we have to be responsible in how we're delivering this word. And I have to be a lot more gentle, as a real heavy conviction on my heart and stuff. But yeah, let's really be a body. Let's love one another, and let's meet each other where we're at, because that's the only way we're gonna make it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just to piggyback off of that. So basically, like, it's not wrong to tell the truth. It's not wrong if you want to, do a post or do a message. But like, picking fights ain't always fruitful.
For real.
Especially like the worst time to try to convince somebody not to celebrate Christmas is during Christmas.
Hey, bro, that holiday y'all are gonna celebrate. It's something.
My whole house is already decorated, bro.
Yeah, I already spent all this money, bro. What do you mean I can't do it? Yeah. Deal with that in the spring. Yeah.
But we, and I can relate because I was on the side of zeal. I was on the overzealous side before. I was a Torah terrorist as well, and just realizing, put up the information, which I haven't even been doing. Honestly, if you look at my social medias, I haven't even put up a Christmas thing. I haven't been knocking Christianity. I've taken a big break, and I've just been trying to focus on doing my music. I do want to get back to that though, but it does come with a lot of stress if you don't know how to manage when to pick your battles. Like,
yeah, man,
let it come to you. Let it come to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, unless you're street preaching is a dangerous thing, because you're just looking for a fight. You're going out there, you preaching something people don't want to hear regardless. But like, you know what I'm saying? I think and I'm speaking to myself about this as well. This is my experience. It's much better when the people come to you to ask you to elaborate and to break down and for more questions about the thing, than for you to shove it down their throat. It's way more fulfilling. It's way more stress-free. It's way more peaceful. It's way more fruitful.
That's right.
When, all right, you share where you stand, so people know where you stand. Just let it be, like, without trying to get like without being
Everybody gotta be right, bro. Everybody,
you don't gotta be volatile. You don't gotta be volatile with your information, right? You don't gotta be so violent with it. Just share the information. This is what the word says. This is where I stand. And but like, don't go just shoot. One of the worst things we do is start like condemning people over certain topics. especially the ones that are out of ignorance. So just share the truth, and then let the people come to you. Like Jayo said, like, yo, I come to you for truth. Like, yo, I've been watching your posts. Mad people watch us and they won't tell us. There's people watching us and they won't tell us. Okay. I've had a lot of that coming out of Christianity. I went to Christian college. I got my bachelor's degree in Christian counseling. I had a lot of Christian friends that were watching me, and I was chopping heads off of Christians. I was like, if you looked at me the wrong way, I was going to fight you, you know, verbally. So through social media.
I've been there.
And yeah. So,
hey, life is better on this side than on that side. And I'm just going to say that it's so much better because you overlook the fences, you overlook these things, and you're able to meet people exactly where they're at and kind of see what the situation is, especially in private conversation. These posts and stuff, people hop on there wanting to bang. So like you start engaging with them and stuff, it gets wild. And
you know, you can minister to someone and you can correct them in love over time. But if everybody is Peter chopping off ears, then ain't nobody gonna listen.
I ain't even with if I could share a message, and this has been my message for a long time, don't debate online.
For real.
That's my biggest thing. It's pointless. It's absolute, it's weak. It really it's weak and it's pointless. Like, be a real man, be a real sister. Like, at least get a face-to-face video call or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if we want to like moderated debate is one thing. And I've always said this. I've done a couple debates, moderated debates. And I've always, like, people ask me, like, you really think you're going to change that man's mind? I said, no, not in a million years. It's for the people listening, probably, more than anything. It's not really for the person I'm debating. It might, but it's not really for them. It's for, and you still do it with respect and kindness and all these things. And so that's it right there.
Yeah, that's because usually it's on the screen, right? But if you do it in private, there's probably a higher chance you can convince somebody else.
Yeah, absolutely.
But debating them openly, there's a very low chance that somebody's gonna, you know, throw the white flag up and be like,
hey, because you're gonna disturb the echo chamber. Gonna disturb.
No, that's a good word, Jayo. That's a good word. I echo that, and I wanted to highlight you real quick on that. Just because I feel like it. When we were at Hebrew Fest, my Pastor Kyle, highlighted you. I wasn't there for those morning Bible study meetings, but he did highlight you. He's like, there was Brother Jayo stood up. There was somebody who's new to the walk who had some questions, and other people were like being hard on him. And Jayo stood up. It was like, yo, y'all need to chill. And so I was like, yeah, that's great to hear. I love that. I love that.
Syncere4yah, for real, man. For real. So hey, I was sitting there and just between us, I'm listening and I'm like, I feel like I should say something. And I'm like, I don't really want to because I know how everyone feels here. And I was like, oh, it is what it is. And then Jay walked in and said something verbatim like that without even hearing what I said. It was just Yah confirming it. And then like 3 other people stood up saying the same stuff. And so it showed that, hey, it only took one person to take that stand and say something. And the other people were like, okay, I'm not alone here.
Tip the dominoes. Yeah.
I'll be the bad guy. I'll take that.
I'm hoping those days are over. You know what I mean? The beginning of the Hebrew roots and the early 2000s and you know, the social media fighting, and I hope those days are over. We're at a place now, the Great Tribulation is really close to getting here, and we need to work together.
It's not over, but we can build through all this, and there's a great divide that is taking place, and it's just a time of separation. You know, it's a time to be set apart, and
that's true.
Yahoo is bringing into fulfillment his flock.
I got nothing wrong with separating.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to, you know.
Yeah, man.
Listen, man. Yahusha had his 12. You know what I mean? There were he preached. He had a whole bunch of like hundreds of disciples. You know what I mean? But he didn't. Not everybody was his 12, and even in his 12, there was one traitor. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. We all got to find that inner circle that we're really, really trust, and without still letting go of the outer circles. You know what I mean? Good word. Thank you, Jayo. Appreciate you guys. Thank you, everybody, for joining on the live stream, and look forward to I'll be chopping these videos up, probably make some highlights, y'all willing.
Man. Shalom.
Shalom. Peace.
Appreciate you, man. Shalom.
You guys can stay on real quick.